Okay, we're ready to go ahead and get started.
Looks like we're on. Okay, good morning. I would like to call to order the March 19, 2022 Lake Washington School Board study session. Let the record reflect that all board members are present and participating in person. Under the guidelines for attending board meetings in Proclamation 20-28.15, the Open Public Meetings Act, and the Public Records Act, there does remain a prohibition on in-person meetings, but there is an exemption for meetings that can comply with the guidelines for business meetings found in the miscellaneous venues guidance. That guidance states that as of June 30, 2021, bodies opting to host in-person meetings under the Open Public Meetings Act may do so with no restrictions on capacity and no physical distancing requirements, and all applicable and current face covering requirements must be followed. Those requirements were recently modified by Governor Inslee and King County. The board values public participation and engagement at its meetings. We will continue to comply with all laws related to the Open Public Meetings Act and emergency requirements related to miscellaneous venues. We will notify the public of the location of meetings through the meetings tab on board docs. At this time, it is planned that all future board meetings will be in person. Board meetings, study sessions, and special board meetings will continue to be live streamed on the district's website. If you're not able to attend, you may also continue to listen to the meeting by calling 425-936-2813, conference ID 37127. All right, we have a long meeting stretching over the next 2 days. The first item on the extended study session is the land acknowledgement. And Dr. Holman, could you get us started?
Absolutely. Appreciate this topic and thought appropriate to launch our extended study session with this discussion and conversation. On March 1st, the board met with Mary Wilbur. She's the Native American Education Coordinator that serves Lake Washington, North Shore, and Bellevue. Not only does she serve those three districts, but she truly is a leader in the community, and we're so fortunate to have her as a colleague representing our Indigenous students across our region. She met with the board and shared information about what a land acknowledgement is and provided additional context for the board around what it means to consider a land acknowledgement, and really walked through some of the history around the Pacific Northwest in particular, and provided some guidance for the board around what are some of those next steps that would be appropriate to truly and meaningfully adopt a land acknowledgement. Part of that adoption is a partnership with local tribal leadership. She talked about a government-to-government relationship and ongoing collaboration. And so the board determined a next step was to assign the task, if you will, of starting to articulate in writing a more thorough land acknowledgement that does walk through some of the history of tribes in the Northwest, and that leading to a written land acknowledgement. Additionally, the board recognized that to do a land acknowledgement well, that through collaboration with our local tribes, that engaging and working through that process with them would be important. So since the March 1 meeting, appreciate Director Carlson and the work he's done around drafting that longer statement to really consider the history here in the Northwest. Director Carlson has reached out to, I believe, leadership from the Snoqualmie tribe. Is that correct?
Informally.
Informally.
I would like to consult them formally after.
Yes, thank you. And just to receive some feedback around the written content of what's provided here today. And so today really is the opportunity for the board to review the written contents of what is being presented, dialogue about that, and then determine actionable next steps around moving this process and idea forward of a land acknowledgement. So in the administrative content in board docs in item 1 on the agenda titled Land Acknowledgement is that draft statement. I actually uploaded the actual Word document that shows track changes for the document. And so with that, Eric, I'll hand it to you and Chris to kind of walk through that information and discussion.
Chris, you want to take the lead on this, or are you?
Yeah,
doing that?
sure.
Great.
And so I circulated this a couple days ago. Hopefully everybody had a chance to read through it, to not have a hot take, but rather have a thoughtful take on where we are in this process. I had approached it from the fairly naive point of view of never really understanding what the land acknowledgements have been. I've seen them around, but why are they and what are they? And to me, it's been very frustrating to see things that are a paragraph long that are read as a formality and without the rationale behind them. So I went with a slightly bigger vision of trying to connect to, so that if someone saw our land acknowledgement, at least the long form that I'm proposing, they would have some understanding of why we're doing a land acknowledgement, and that it's a learning opportunity. And so towards that end, I tried to educate myself as someone who did not grow up in this state and therefore has not been through any 8th grade history of Washington State. And it turns out to be a little bit of a challenge to do that. I mean, this is one of the ironies. And so my hope had been to provide a short form that could be read as land acknowledgement at the beginning of a meeting, but to always have a link to the long form so that anybody who wanted to know more and learn more would have an easy way of learning more about our land acknowledgement, why it is, and what we're acknowledging. And in some ways, what I was yearning for is, we have our, in consultation with Snoqualmie, we've developed some lesson plans. Those lesson plans are absolutely accessible for our internal system, but for someone coming into our external system, it's an opportunity to educate yourself if that was served up. So I was hoping that the long form would be a linker into what we have developed with our local tribes. And so the starting point for me was to try and make sure that we have the history as best we can accessible and accurate. And thanks to several proofreaders, it is more accurate than my first draft was. And I will say that Ms. McKenna Sweet-Dormand has some very useful feedback on this, both in terms of the actual text that I got in there, but also a point around what is a land acknowledgement versus what is a history acknowledgement. And that the land acknowledgement, so there is room here to continue to improve the document, to have it explain what a land acknowledgement is and is not. But at the same time, I'm actually kind of excited about the possibility of turning this into a linker to deeper information, learning plans, so that adults who happen to run across it will be able to educate themselves on the local history, which can be done, but it is not trivial, and it would be nice if it was a little bit more accurate than what I was able to find on the internet, more or less. So the document we have right now is, I think the most important piece of feedback from Ms. Dormand is, and she's at this point in an informal connection to the Snoqualmie tribe. Formally, if you look at the draft, what we had discussed on March 1st was a sort of boilerplate template that had been given to us through Ms. Wilbur. And as I read at that, I was trying to figure out who was involved. It had 4 tribal groups, 3 that are federally recognized, 1 that remains unrecognized. And when I started digging into the maps, the Muckleshoot and the Squamish are nearby, but as best I can tell, the Duwamish and the Snoqualmie are the 2 tribal groups on the Treaty of Point Elliott who actually, their traditional lands, indigenous lands, are within our district. So I pulled that back, trying to acknowledge that there are more. The Treaty of Point Elliott covered everything from White River to Canada. So it involves many groups far beyond the borders of our district. And I think it's more meaningful if you're doing a land acknowledgement to acknowledge that your land connects to which tribe, rather than tribes who might have been in the area. And so anyway, at the same time, I've been fretting a lot. I can't say I've been doing my best. I've been fretting a lot about offending any tribes by not including them. But I'm reasonably confident that the Muckleshoot are south of here substantially, and the Squamish, most of their tribal lands are on the east side of the Sound. There are a couple of settlements on the west side of the Seattle Peninsula. But once you get to Lake Washington, it's the Duwamish, and once you get to Lake Sammamish, it's the Snoqualmie. And the other reason I was looking at that is that, if we did include other tribes, the Muckleshoot would have just as much claim, as far as I can tell, as groups north of here, such as the Skykomish, in terms of being the neighboring tribes rather than the tribes that were on this land. So rather than make it an endless list that showed that I was trying to be inclusive but had not done my homework on who actually was here, I pulled it back, and at the same time acknowledging that the Treaty of Point Elliott is much broader than we as a district are. So at this point, I'm looking for, there's only one thing that's an outstanding question in my mind, and I know this is, and that is the language that has been proposed has, that the first draft that we got from Mary that was sort of here's something you could use, or it should look like something like this. It had our district is on the indigenous land of the Coast Salish peoples. And this is something where indigenous land, to me, indigenous doesn't mean traditional. To me, indigenous is just an adjective describing a section of land. So therefore, if you removed indigenous, this would be acknowledging that we're on the land of the Coast Salish peoples. They have reserved treaty rights to fish and hunt on these lands, but is it still their land is something that I wondered about. And I don't, anyway, trying to understand what each of the words in the acknowledgement mean, such that we're not saying that all lands of Lake Washington are technically the property of these tribes today. And maybe that's just me worrying. Maybe I've spent too long working near lawyers. But it's something where I feel we have much to acknowledge historically. And Ms. Dorman actually pointed out that perhaps I over-acknowledged historically, that a land acknowledgement is usually from the tribal side not considered to be an apology for the history of atrocities, but rather about just acknowledging that these are their lands and have been since time immemorial. So anyway, so that's where I'm at. And I'm hoping that we can take this, if there's edits that need to be made, make such edits. I think that part of it will need to be a living document, because I'd like to move forward with having the short form that we can read at the beginning of a meeting adopted, not today, but certainly soon. And at the same time, allowing time to build out links from the long form into our curriculum so that somebody who really wants to learn more can easily learn more from our website. So that's where we're at, and as I mentioned, there's only one concern I have, and maybe that's just because I'm worried about how the lawyers would interpret the language. So I'll open it up. And then once we've had a little bit of discussion, then it's what do we do next? And the what do we do next, through Ms. Norman, we have a good connection to formally consult with the Snoqualmie tribe. The Duwamish are not a federally recognized tribe, but they are a fairly organized group. And although I do not know, I knew that they existed as an organized group, and thankfully Director Choi actually has a connection there. So perhaps we can reach out to the Duwamish simultaneously for their feedback on this. But first, the question is, for us, are we comfortable with the language in here, and is there more or less that we need? Well, hopefully more that we need to put in here. I would be uncomfortable putting much less.
I'll go first. Thanks, Chris, first of all, for all of the work that went into this. I have just a question. So the red lines that appear in the document, those are from Ms. Dorman?
Yes.
Okay. Got it. Starting at the short form version of it, which is at the bottom of the document, I'm comfortable with all of the language in there, and I'm specifically comfortable with the use, recognizing that our district is on the indigenous land of the Coast Salish people. I think, to me, we could use the word traditional, but I think that word fits as well.
Okay. Thanks.
And so I'm comfortable to do. The one thing I do wonder about the short form version of it is, so we will, my thinking at least, is that we will embed in our OGP policies that at the start of each meeting, the board will read aloud the short form land acknowledgement.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering if that I'm just wondering aloud here, whether the short form should recognize that we've also drafted and adopted a longer form, and let those listening know where that would be.
And that's what I was trying to figure out. I don't think verbally reading a URL is useful for anyone.
No.
But I think it is entirely possible that we could open our meeting with the URL shown while we're doing this. So that if somebody wanted to go further, they would have an easy link to the long form. And to make it human typeable long form, a tiny URL or of whatever sort, so that someone who's watching it and listening can immediately type it in and accurately get to the long form.
Okay, that's a good idea.
And I'm fully with you in terms of putting this into the OGPs.
Yeah.
This shouldn't be something that's the whim of the five of us. This should be something that becomes part of our system.
Yeah. John, did you have something to add there?
Well, I was just going to say, embedding it in our website, we're able to then probably create a URL that's also meaningful and accessible, something like lwsd.org/land acknowledgement.
Right.
So then it's very simple in
Yeah.
those terms.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. So, okay, oh, sorry, Chris, did you have something else to add?
Actually, I forgot to mention, so in the short form, if you read the last sentence, that's the only meaningful update that I added to what we had discussed on March 1st, which was in addition to acknowledging the land, to make a commitment as a board to providing the best possible education for the children of these tribal groups and all tribal groups. Because to me, that means something more than merely acknowledging that they were here first, but acknowledging that we will continue to keep their history alive and teach their children as well as ever. All right. So,
Mark, go ahead.
Two things. One, on the URL that we would put up, what about also having since we're acknowledging these two nations, having their URL up there also? Just a thought. I'm not pushing, but
Oh, no, actually, this is something that I've been thinking hard about, and as I've been going, I've been accruing what are the websites that I would like to have referenced. I mean, honestly, within the long form, I would have hot links embedded to the pieces of information that would lead to deeper dives, either on our site or off our site, because there are tribal histories for most of the local tribes that are quite fascinating and well done. But at the same time, if you go to, for example, the Muckleshoot or the Tulalip, they're not directly applicable to our land. So it's fascinating. I mean, really it is. So I think it's definitely something I want to have hyperlinks allowed and encouraged, sort of a bibliography of connections.
Sure. The other just thought is, given Mary's long-term work on this topic and her ongoing work,
Yes.
I think that in the sentence that we talk about the education on the history and the children of the district, I think we ought to mention the program.
And that's where I think you're right in the sense that we want to have a link through to the program. But in terms of a statement at the beginning of a meeting, I think that reiterating that the program exists every time winds up, it's not a meaningful thing that we're saying out loud. It's more meaningful if we have the connections to something to prove that we're actually walking the walk.
Here's my concern. The nations are very, one of the things that they're working on a lot was after the quote-unquote schools unearthed all these mass graves. I didn't want anyone to misconstrue that we were talking about anything along those lines. So that was my only concern. Otherwise, I like it. It's just I wanted to make sure that no one could have a...
That's a great point, Mark. And towards that end, I would say that as we have something up there that has the link to the land acknowledgement, we could have another tiny link to our curriculum so that anybody can easily see it.
Works good.
Because yes, that is, in a universe of tragedies, that is perhaps one of the worst. So.
So I just wanted to, looking at Ms. Dorman's comment that's written out on the side,
Yeah.
I think she brings up a really interesting point. The intent between the short land acknowledgement that's read at formal gatherings or meetings versus kind of this long history that's being proposed, I feel like we're trying to do two different things and putting it under the same title. So I think that the short version is the land acknowledgement, but I think the addition is it's their history. It's our history, right, as a state. And I don't think it necessarily needs to be represented as a longer land acknowledgement on the website. It's almost like can we appreciate the history of the state, and then here's an accurate representation of it if you would like that information. But I don't know that it's appropriate to have kind of that history be considered a land acknowledgement, because it's not.
And that is absolutely what I was talking about in terms of a live document. This is something that I'm hoping the longer version can explain the difference between a land acknowledgement and a historical acknowledgement. But to me, it's still very important. I mean, I would say critical that we include the historical piece under the right title.
Yeah.
And so her text here really helped me. I had started to understand. I mean, the March 1st meeting with Ms. Wilbur, the most fascinating piece of that for me was coming out of it, understanding that a land acknowledgement, I'd gone into it thinking we could ask the tribes to help us write this, and coming out of it realizing that this is something we need to write and we need to mean, and then we can consult with them if we have done it incorrectly, if there's any fault in what we have done, but that it is much more meaningful if we put it together. This takes that to another level, is, not only who needs to write it, but what is it? And I agree with you that this is something where there's going to be, if there's a long form, it's really just a long form explaining what is a land acknowledgement, so that those of us who are utterly clueless can understand a little bit more about where it's coming from, why it is there. And why it's there is on both sides. I think it's important for us as a board to have, here's why we want it to be here, but also to have here's what the meaning is to the tribal groups who are being acknowledged. But then, yes, to have a second, to not call the history the land acknowledgement. I completely agree, and that's where this is something that is going to take some consultation with the tribes, but it's just so important to me that we do acknowledge that it's more than a paragraph.
And I would ask the question of, is there maybe a history teacher who teaches this that would be willing to sit down and go through?
I'm reasonably confident that I mean, honestly, I know one personally. I'm reasonably confident we'll be able to get a number of those 8th grade history teachers. And in many ways, it would be actually, in addition to reaching out formally to the tribes, within the district, I also want to reach out to ENAPE. Because the Eastside Native American group make sure that they all understand what it is and think that we've done it, well, at least not too badly.
My thought is, on the longer version, or any version, whatever it is, I would, especially the history, it would seem to me that a lot of the work that Mary does to teach the students in ENAP their history, we should be tracking to that, to be quite frank.
Oh, absolutely, that's my intent.
Okay, and I think that she would really be the person that we would go to for vetting, if you will, or adding or subtracting or whatever. And I think she probably has, as opposed to trying to create new links, I think that she would be the great link for us to any of the nations and all the nations.
And that's something that the first person I did an informal consult with was Mary. Mm-hmm. And what was interesting about that is I knew, and Mary knew, she's not a member of either Duwamish or the Snoqualmie. She's very careful about speaking on their behalf. But she does a very good job of representing all of our Native children. And so she gave a great, much less detailed feedback than I got from Ms. Norman, but she did give me solid feedback on how this fits with tribal, not just, I mean, even First Nations, but further afield tribal groups that are on the other side of the Cascades, on the other side of the Rockies, that this would work, and that she was generally comfortable with it. And it was very interesting because when we met with Mary on March 1st, she was very careful about making any definitive statements about whether the Muckleshoot were inside of this. I did my own homework. If it was right or wrong, I was willing to take the blame for it. But in consulting beyond, so getting to Ms. Dorman, she was comfortable with that as well, that this really is something where the language that was there covers just about anybody in the sound region.
Right.
And tailoring it to your chunk of the sound was appropriate.
No, I just want to make sure that we weren't going to have any kind of disconnect with what was being taught in ENAP.
Yeah.
That's my,
And
heaven
to
knows
me-
we don't need to have confusion.
Exactly. Since we're already working with the Eastside Native American programs on developing the lesson plan, to make that lesson plan publicly available to anyone who is interested in learning the history of our district is, to me, actually a very favorable outcome of this, because it's hard work. It's really hard work figuring out what history applies to on a micro scale. I mean, if you're talking about the history of Redmond City, that is hard to find when you go to the bigger textbooks. And so if we're going to do the hard work of working with our local tribes to develop these lesson plans, sharing them as widely, not just with our students, is, to me, a very valuable thing, with any of our citizens being able to easily find them.
Yeah, I was really concerned when my older son took Washington State history. Now I'm told that it evolved since his years there, thank goodness, because it was skimming a surface that was, I mean, a rock could have skimmed more water than what we had. And I compared it to what I had in 8th grade for Oklahoma history. And it was really Very. I mean, even beyond the nation, pardon me, beyond the nations, the development of, excuse me,
It's all right.
the state was lacking. But in both, to cover the spectrum.
Yeah, and so this is something that, as I began this, I don't know that I have mentioned this to this group. The first thing I found was our local history of the district, which was published in 2004, and that 13-page document started in 1851 with white settlers. There really was no acknowledgement that our district had any education of anyone before that time. It timed the building and the dedication of the first schoolhouse for white settlers in the district. It really just didn't speak. I don't think that Native American was mentioned in our district history. And in 2004, well, when you know better, you do better, and I think we can do better. So this is my first step to do better.
Is especially, I mean, it's compared to like the world history gap that we had several years ago where, okay, we went back 500 years. Well, if you go back 505 or whatever it was, you pick up the Muslim. And to me, having that cutoff was just insane, to be quite frank, a little bit condescending.
Well, yeah, and so I agree with that, but I want to focus on the Native American history part
I
today. So, yeah. Siri?
And so I would just like to follow up what Director Choi was commenting on around Ms. Norman's comments around the difference of, and you mentioned it too, the difference of a land acknowledgement versus the history. And I think her comment sort of strikes that, and I think there are pieces we're going to have to think about. So as you have the component, and she highlighted the piece about the boarding schools, and that was historical, and it is key in sort of, and I think her point is good, is it's not about atrocities of the past. It is really about acknowledging the caretaking of the land, and that's what the purpose of this land acknowledgement is, and that it's been here. So I think we need to honor that piece as we think through that and what that means. As I was thinking about that, the last line of, and I appreciated as I was first reading, that we commit to provide the best possible education for our children as well. My thought is now we're combining two things, and that would be my concern. So I don't know how we word that in a way or think about that in regards to the land acknowledgement component, as opposed, I like the idea that it ties into the role that we have within public education, but I do wonder how it fits into the land acknowledgement. And perhaps that's in conversation with other people that can be more flushed out.
Which is exactly where I was struggling with it right now. I feel it's important for us to use what power we do have as a board, but at the same time not to muddy the water. Interestingly, I think Ms. Dorman was comfortable with that last sentence. She didn't touch it, didn't comment on it. But I think that trying to work with the tribes in consultation with them on, is this appropriate, or I think, I mean, honestly, I might be overestimating my powers as an author, but I'm pretty sure I can actually make that sentence have more of a connection to the land and rather than the historical. She did pull out the first sentence. She redlined that first sentence, which was really about acknowledging the atrocities, which is where my heart was at the time. So it's partially there, and I'm going to be very interested to see what feedback we get from the tribal groups on that last piece. I might tweak a couple of words to try and make it more about continuing the tradition of education in the land. So, yeah.
John, you'll go ahead, then I'll.
Two things for me. One, in the proposed land acknowledgement, I think there's potentially a piece missing of the board's commitment to the relationship and commitment to doing the work, and however that is framed, because a land acknowledgement, from what I have gathered from Mary, is an outcome. It isn't a lead. And so as an outcome of the work, the commitment, and the relationship, this land acknowledgement, that's where the meaning comes from. And so without all of those preceding pieces, then the land acknowledgement is kind of what you led with of, we don't want just a statement that's just words that are read at the beginning of a meeting. But we actually want to commit because, as I think about it, our next topic of OE 14, I believe this is part and parcel with creating inclusive environments for our students, staff, and families. I believe it's how we continue to work towards a sense of belonging. And so there's a component there that it's a commitment, and then it's the actions that really go with that. And when I think about a land acknowledgement, that's one piece, but the articulation of the work the board is doing on an ongoing basis in this regard then really does provide a framework for, you know, how you are committing to, how you are doing that work, and how it's truly connected to your work as a board. So that's a piece for me. And then when you, the piece around the boarding schools, when I think about our role as public educators, why is that atrocity stand out to us? Well, you think about our responsibility for the caretaking of children in their education. To me, there's a connection there with why, you know, that is so, you know, directly connected to our work. Whether it's here or not, I understand how just the idea of children not being safe to the point of death is so personal to us in our work and our commitment. So I understand that piece, whether it's here or not, but I just wanted to comment on that atrocity is, it hits home very true for school officials because our commitment is safety, health, education, well-being, and that's the antithesis of it.
Thank you for saying that, simply because my gut felt that. My head didn't understand why. And it's something, this is one of the most interesting pieces of it, the histories that you can find, at least without diving deep into a library. I mean, honestly, there are thesis projects here. But what I was able to find online really did not include anything about what happened to, after the Treaty of Point Elliott, to our local tribes. Closest I could find was several references, the Tulalip tribe history, but our children would not have been, the children of the Snoqualmie, the children of the Duwamish would not have been sent north to the Tulalip. They would have been educated here, but I couldn't find any history at all about what was happening here. So anyway, it's definitely something where I'm hoping that we can, you're right, this is a commitment, and that's why, thank you for helping me remember, I don't want this to be just a throwaway. I want this to be a commitment. So I think we're getting there, and it'll take me a day or two to really get that last sentence right. But once I've got that, then I'll forward it back out for feedback on whether we're comfortable with it. But at that point, I think it's ready to start going out formally to the Snoqualmie, formally to the Duwamish, and formally to ENAPE for community feedback on, is this something that you have concerns with? Is this something that you are comfortable with? How can we make it better? And to actually, in many ways, we need to go out there to explain to them, this is a beginning. This is not the final product. This is something where we want to get something on the books. We commit to doing more. This is a process, so that the community does not feel that this is just a 1 page or 1.5 page thing. Mark?
The two conversations right here goes back to your original statement, not wanting to have just a throwaway statement, acknowledgement. I think as opposed to calling it just a land acknowledgement, I think you also, the way you've got the one structured now, it's not only a land acknowledgement, but our commitment. So land acknowledgement and our commitment to, however you want to put it, but perhaps it's not just, oh, here's our land acknowledgement. So in fact, call it something like that. Call it our commitment and our acknowledgement. I don't know. I'll leave it to you, Chris, but I'm thinking that way it gives a nod to both what your desire is and the need is. It goes beyond the standard, what we're hearing from all the other
Yeah.
civic bodies.
I don't want to virtue signal to anyone else. I just want to do it right for us.
So I do
my
appreciate.
point.
Go ahead, sorry.
Oh, no, that's my point, that, it's, make it inclusive, but the idea of acknowledging that we're not just talking about land acknowledgement, we're also stating our commitment.
Yeah. Thanks. Okay.
So I do appreciate the addition of the relational component, and I think that's the piece. So both the component you made of how do you tie this more directly to the,
What we're doing.
yes, and the lived experience, I guess, is the piece, and recognizing this since time immemorial in that component. Because it is about that, as well as to our relation to continue to be able to build upon that and further those pieces. So however you can do that would be great.
Yeah. Anyway, I think I have enough to work with. So, Eric?
Just real quick on process. Chris, I gave you a thumbs up when you were describing what you were proposing for the process. I just want to say aloud, that sounded great to me.
Okay.
I think that's the right way about going about it. And so okay, anyway, that does make sense. I think there's at least I have an interest in having this be something that we start soon. But I think that, in the sense that's in tension with making sure we're going about it correct, I would prioritize having a complete process over adopting, getting this in our meetings ASAP.
And so, yeah, so putting a little bit more structure on it. My hope was to consult with the local tribal groups in ENAPE on the short form as the first, let's get this started, giving them time to work with us on the long form, and giving us time to work with the long form so we can connect it into the curriculum that we already have. So we have all those pieces. So we can roll that out as a mature thing rather than, well, honestly, I mean, I tend to be a first draft kind of guy, but fortunately there are people who are more professional than I am.
Dr. Holman, go ahead.
So when I think about next steps, I guess I think about it a little bit differently. If we want a long-standing relationship with the Snoqualmie and Duwamish tribes, I think our first step in that is to establish a relationship, not to come in with an ask. And to me, that's an authentic process to sit down, talk about shared interests, talk about our hopes, and in that, then that leads to, again, an outcome, which I believe the board desires to formally recognize our local tribes. And so I would propose that rather than seeking feedback on a statement, that we actually reach out and conduct relationship building first, identified shared interests, and some potential next steps around the interest that the board has to formally recognize our local tribes. I would also propose that a formal land acknowledgement is one piece of recognition, but I could see the board providing an update and a commitment statement at the beginning of every meeting right now. That, committing to the relationship, committing to the work, committing to recognizing appropriately and well, kind of the language you've proposed here. And so having it perfect, I don't think that's what is authentic. I think what is authentic is the commitment to do the work and establish the relationship for the betterment of not only our Native students and Indigenous students, but really our whole community. Because, and then I think about, what does this do, if we think about the board's role of governance of a school district, this really is a leadership step that the board is taking to say, this is a very meaningful way that we recognize and ensure that we are taking steps towards inclusion. in our school district. This is one of those ways. And as a board, our role is to establish relationships, government to government, to establish commitments. And then that really does set an example for the rest of the district, for the commitment that is being formed at the highest level of our school district. And so that, as I think about next steps, I think to me that feels like the right next step.
I think that's a great idea. And so, yes, I fear that Eric is going to be quite right, that doing it right and doing it fast are mutually incompatible. But that, if there's a way to organize something, I think it really should be board to government, so to invite or to ask them if we can join them for a meeting for the tribes. ENAPE is a group that we certainly have that relationship with, but formally the tribes, apparently Snoqualmie Tribe formally consults with us on some title programs, but it's definitely something where I think it would be worthwhile and valuable for the board to formally meet with the elders to work out where we're going with this. So I'm happy to actually let you, John, reach out to them to coordinate a meeting at whatever time and convenience works for them. I mean, formally the board could reach out, but I think it's more, in many ways, more meaningful for the executive to reach out.
On behalf of the board.
On behalf of the board and on behalf of the organization. So.
The other point too, Chris, going back to doing it completely and versus a quick, it goes to your upbringing and your research orientation and your PhD orientation that you want to have as inclusive as possible, as opposed to just also the idea that it'll never be as complete as you want it. Nothing ever is. And so you have to here's the start, here what it is, and we flesh out as we're going along. We've already gotten this far, but my biggest concern is when you try to make it as perfect, then the longer it goes, the more likely it gets kicked down the road. And that's my only concern, because God forbid there's another issue such as another pandemic that throws things off kilter again. That throws it off schedule. And so I like the idea that John is saying that let's get something to go right now as a commitment to the education part, and with the idea that our land acknowledgement will be following.
Quieter in here. Just following up on John's comments. I think if possible, it would be nice to have the full board at that meeting, if we can set that. If that's not possible, then two representatives of the board. I guess we'll just kind of, let's see. But I think if we can make it work for a full board meeting, I think that'd be a good starting point. And then I lost my train of thought.
As we do with all the city governments.
Yeah, well, which we have from time to time done with the other city governments, yes. Yeah, correct. That's right. I lost my train of thought. Dr. Holmio, go ahead.
One of the unique things about current board work is because we are still under Governor Inslee's emergency proclamation, where you can't hold in-person meetings unless you can comply with XYZ. One of those requirements is, the broadcasting and audio version of the meeting. I guess I struggle with that as we think about relationship building.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's right.
It doesn't feel right. I don't know why.
It looks like Showtime as opposed to
it does,
work.
and that's not at all what we're
Yeah.
seeking. And so If we do the full board, then we would need to comply with that because it would be a special meeting of the board. If it is representatives of the board, then that falls under different requirements since we're not meeting quorum.
That's a really good point.
Yeah.
I think my mind has changed now on what I think our priority should be.
Actually, I agree that the full board is the ideal.
Yeah,
It just doesn't feel
if it's
authentic.
this environment, no, it doesn't feel.
I think that's the follow-up, to be quite frank. The full
absolutely.
board is the follow-up. Getting the work done is the work of a quote-unquote committee, for lack of a better term. And that way, it's not a showboat.
I remember my other thought. Dr. Holman, I think you had referenced, and I just wanted to also time check. We'll move on, have to unfortunately move on to the next item soon, but I think you had mentioned the idea of providing an update or a statement at the, around this. Could you restate what you had during, I think what I heard from you is you had the idea of maybe the board could provide an update on this ongoing work at future meetings. Is that basically what you said?
I just wonder if the board takes the opportunity as you open meetings to just recognize this ongoing work and commitment. Because to me, what we did today is part and parcel with a land acknowledgement. I mean, that's really what we've done today for the first hour of our meeting. A very windy path of a land acknowledgement, but it really has been about how do we acknowledge, the native peoples of that reside within our school district and recognize their presence in time immemorial. I mean, that's what we've done in the last hour. So I just think, and I don't know if it needs to be a written statement at the beginning of a board meeting or a recognition of the process the board is going through.
Director Blazer?
So two things. A timeline would be beneficial as to how we see this playing out and what the different sort of outcomes are expected along the way, be it the relational component and having that, just to have an idea of how that plays out. And as I think about the last statement of an update or a commitment, I think of all the work we've been doing around equity, opportunity, and inclusion and those components. And I see this as one aspect of that work that's being done there. So if we are to highlight, I would recommend we are highlighting on a broader perspective that incorporates the different work that's going on in regards to those pieces. I'm concerned that it's highlighting a subgroup and not really taking into the overall concept of the work that's being done for across the board. So I think that actually would be from a equity side and inclusion and being able to work with that. I think having an update on that, which is what OE 14 was about, and maybe we're more active. We had talked about a quarterly update on that, and we have not succeeded in going forward. And I see with each of our student groups as well as our populations, we might approach things differently depending as to the needs of those communities and those families. So how we highlight that and bring that forward, I think, is important. And I see the land acknowledgement as one component that we are working to ensure our Native American students and families and community see that are valued and that they are important within that. I think we need to think about how we do that across the board as well.
Yeah, agreed. Thank you.
The only thing I wanted to add real quick was I was just Googling while we were talking our neighboring school districts' land acknowledgements, and kind of everybody has a version, but it's quite interesting the range of what each district has chosen to do. So I wasn't sure if you'd already looked it up, but it might be worth taking a peek at.
Honestly, my first draft, I wanted to take a crack at doing it naive to what the standard was. But I have been going back and have started looking at some of the others, and it's interesting. I mean, it's complicated, but I do hope that we'll be able to, as John points out, this is a journey, this is not a publication. And so if we do this and do it right, it is something that I believe to be in the best interests of our district and our students of the district. I agree with Director Bleasner about the concern about if we always put an update on what are we doing with Native communities, then we would need to include an update on what are we doing with community. We have many communities who have historically been underserved. So I think an OE14 update more generically as part of our board meeting is entirely appropriate.
Or we could use, or instead of that nomenclature, we could use an equity and inclusion
Yes.
update. I think we could have that at the top of each meeting, business meeting going forward.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, we're at 9 o'clock. Anything else on this agenda item for the good of the order? Director Bleasner?
Thank you for your work, Chris, in doing it,
Yeah.
and for the other work and being able to, and Mary Wilbur for coming and doing our study session. That was fabulous. And all the other efforts going forward that we're doing. So just want to put that out there.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. Okay, we have a now 10-minute break. 9:15, we will begin our discussion around operational expectation 14. So can we mute? Great. Okay, great. 9:17, the next item on our agenda is a discussion around operational expectation 14. We have this scheduled until 11:30 or so. So Dr. Holman, you want to kick us off?
Let me go ahead and get oriented here. Okay. And we are live. Okay, so a much delayed conversation about bringing back interpretation and indicators related to OE14. And I want to recognize that. I put that in our situation recommendation in board docs. That on September 13th, the board formally adopted OE14, and that really the intent of the next steps was really around pretty broad community outreach and collaboration. Unfortunately, we all know how this school year has played out, and just the ability to do that well just was not present. And so not able to accomplish that in the way that we wanted to, that does not mean that our collaboration and outreach with our community won't occur, but we also know that it's important for the board to receive monitoring of OE14 this year, even if it doesn't have the same level of engagement that we intended. I think starting that monitoring is important. And so you'll also see in board docs information around how did this information get generated. It wasn't without any level of input and feedback, because we're currently going through an internal process of the development of an administrative policy. And to that end, our Equity and Family Engagement Department has been engaged in that work with internal and external stakeholders for the better part of, well, probably 5 years, but most recently really targeted and focused on that work over the last year. The Equity and Family Engagement Department has used OE14 really as a benchmark to ensure that there was consistency and cohesion between those two policy sets, so that anything that is developed on the administrative side is really in concert and is in alignment with operational expectation 14. Additionally, after today's conversation, I'll be meeting with the Equity and Family Engagement Department, or part of the team, on Monday to review the overall indicators and interpretation, to get their feedback, kind of hear their thoughts. I'll also be able to bring into the room the board's comments and thoughts from today, so that we can then move this forward kind of into the next steps and process, which then is ensuring that we work with our team around data, because some of the data that we'll talk about today is available, and some of it just needs to be built out. Some of the pieces aren't data that are readily available, but I think they're probably important to figure out how do we determine that these data sets are available on an ongoing basis for monitoring. And so, again, the intent is to monitor OE14 during the 21-22 school year. So the board has that opportunity to see those data. And then with an ongoing commitment of myself and I know the board of ongoing engagement around this work with our community. And so excited about what that looks like. And so really today is around the board reviewing and discussing the interpretation and indicators. You will see our formal monitoring document, policy document in board docs that has current indicators, interpretation and indicators. And really my intent is to go kind of policy point by point so that the board can review the policy statement, review the interpretation, review the indicators, and then provide any input that you would have for additions, deletions, or modifications around that, so that on Monday I can bring that to the equity and family engagement team. I can do the internal work around the data portions of that, and then in April, bring it to the board for formal action and adoption so that we can then monitor the policy. Just want to remind, I know I don't need to remind us, but I think it's interesting to think about what was the work the board did around the adoption of OE14. The board spent really a targeted and focused almost 12 to 14 months intentionally considering the different aspects of a policy. And through that, it went through a number of iterations and of a policy and all the way from considering the values that the board was articulating to the specific components that are embedded within the policy. And so that those conversations and discussions were held in study session. The board conducted professional reading, held numerous linkage sessions multiple times during the 2021 school year, partnered with Puget Sound ESD around professional learning, and then held a number of board meetings, formal board meetings, to consider OE14 with first readings, second readings, and final policy adoption on September 13th. Most recently, the board met with our Native American Education Coordinator, Mary Wilbur, whom we just referenced in our last agenda item, and her partnership, and that really is part of the board's commitment to equity and ensuring an inclusive, safe space for students in Lake Washington. And so I think it would be good for the board just to take a couple of minutes, pull up the interpretation and indicators, do a read of that, just so that you have that set, and then we can kind of go step by step through the policy to articulate potentially why the interpretation is what it is and how those indicators do align. And so I would propose the board just take about 5 minutes to do that read, jot down any notes, and then we can move into that conversation. And it's available in board docs under the second item on the agenda. Okay. Yeah, yes, it was. And so a couple of things as we kind of jump into this. As I went through this, there are certain policy statements that are process-driven. There are certain policy statements that are seeking perception data. And there are certain policy statements that are seeking kind of gathered or found data. And so I took that into consideration as I was walking through this. As I think about perception data, long-term, I think best practice is to have perception data triangulated, if you will. So looking at an issue and having multiple perspectives helps paint a more thorough picture, even though that may not be able to be accomplished today. But when we think about kind of long-term monitoring, I think that's a best practice that when we think about perception data, particularly in OE14, that we would want to consider. Another issue I think that we have run into in the past is when we are thinking about the gathered or the found data, ensuring that the data we are looking at actually answers the question that we are asking and not making assumptions about, well, this might lead to answering the question, or it tangentially answers the question, so that's how we're going to make our determination. And so just being careful with which data we're actually using to answer the question. You saw a list of definitions at the beginning of the policy, and where did those come from? As I think about alignment with our administrative policy, that set of definitions comes directly from the work that team has conducted. And so rather than creating new definitions or trying to put new language to those definitions, felt it was important to have alignment within that. And so that work was done, again, with internal and external stakeholder voice. And so I felt compelled to use those definitions as a lead-in to the policy, even though there are some terms that are being defined there that aren't specifically called out in the policy, but I believe through monitoring, those terms may come up in the language that's used in some of the data that is presented. And so that's why I felt that definition set was important. I also want to point out that on the admin policy side, and we will bring that to the board in the future, we're working through our central leadership team and understanding if the 50-plus commitments that are articulated in the administrative policy are actually, we're able to do. And so that team has, for essentially every component of OE14, there are commitments that are made on the administrative policy side. And so when we think about kind of the actionable work of our policy here, that happens on the administrative side. And so then that leads to, well, what are we actually doing with OE14? Well, the monitoring of an operational expectation is the board's evaluation of the organization, which is really the evaluation of the superintendent, to ensure that I am operating within the parameters that the board has set. And so, when we think about the, kind of our overall equity work, the board needs an assurance of the actions and activities and data around this. And then we have the administrative side, which is kind of that set of commitments that I spoke to. And so I think both are important for the board to know and understand. And so I think long-term, how we provide the board with updates. I heard the board express an interest around more of an update around OE14 more frequently than less. And I think what you probably will hear is based on those commitments, because that's the ongoing work that's happening in the school district. So just wanted to call those pieces out before we jump in to going through. And so for me, it would be helpful if we went through the policy from top to bottom as I take notes. That will be the easiest way for me. And so I'll just kind of share my screen, and I just pulled up the policy document. And so, the board has a value statement, the directive to the superintendent. You can see the definitions that I placed here. And so any discussion or feedback around kind of that opening portion and definitions?
So, this is a very mature draft. This is great, and as such, I have in two definitions there are very minor grammatical problems. In the definition for culturally responsive, the phrase "family norms" is duplicated.
Yep.
In the section defining institutional and systemic racism, is institutional racism, also known as systemic racism, is discrimination based on race. That, and there's a missing "is" between that and embedded.
Thank you.
I'm sure there are more important comments to be made, but I'll break the ice.
Dr. Holman, could you, if you haven't, you may have already done this, so I apologize, I'm asking you to do something again. Could you describe to me the process, how you went about developing these definitions?
Yeah, so the definitions have actually been developed through the administrative policy side of the work. And so that work was originally started to be led with Dr. Gloria Henderson as our new director of equity and family engagement came on board. Pablo Ortega, he has then kind of taken that mantle up and continued that process. And so we have a full team on the equity and family engagement, in the equity and family engagement department, who has been working on this. They also have external stakeholder individuals that they work with and groups that they work with. And so, Matt, would you add anything to kind of the engagement around the definitions?
Yeah, so more so about the process. So Dr. Henderson has led a subcommittee of the district equity team, which includes district administrators, district staff, parents, and community members in starting to develop that. That work preceded the board adopting OE 14. This year, one of the things we noticed kind of in the draft that they were working with, we were wanting to align that policy work, so go back and make some revisions to crosswalk it against OE 14. And then there was a recognition that there was a need for developing some common understanding of terms that were being referenced in the policy. So the definitions were developed by that stakeholder group. In some cases, they were referencing or based off of definitions that are out there in the literature, and then some are trying to kind of the community having to self-define what those some of those terms mean. So, but that has been those definitions have been collaboratively developed from that work, and as Dr. Holman mentioned, we're now that it's been an iterative process. The community, that community group has developed what we believe are essentially a theories of action that are important for us to be able to really take meaningful action to realize more equitable outcomes. Going back to the central leadership team members that we believe would be responsible for essentially leading that work, then going back to the community again to say, all right, this is how we kind of interpret how we think that we make that work. And the community then saying, all right, then, here's how we tweak, kind of, here's our recommendations, or we're considering these things. And now we're kind of going back and checking again with the central leadership team, because it's important that for that work, that it's not only the right work, but it's also commitments that can be made. But so I was a little bit more than you asked, but that's kind of been the process. And I think it's a very unique process for how we don't normally engage, develop administrative policies that way. So again, it's also trying to be intentional about, if you're going to have an equity policy, you really, that should, it's important that that work actually is done in a way that is consistent with the values that the policy is trying to advocate for.
Mark?
Yeah. I looked at, now scanned away from it. Pardon me, I'll get back to it.
Mark, will you turn your microphone on?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Well, I was looking for it anyway. I wasn't being able to articulate anything intelligent. Here we go. As I look at the directive to the superintendent, and I noticed we talk about the elimination of racist and discriminatory systems and equitable opportunities for students, I'm not seeing, and maybe it's because it's under a more of a blanket comment or word, but nothing really about ability. And I noticed that as I scroll down later, the students' survey, that, do you interact with kids or students of different groups than your own? And ability, again, was left out. And it's, having seen the way, just in the lunchroom, all of a sudden you see the quote-unquote sped table, and you see the rest of the group. Very rarely do you see the sped kids kind of integrated, if you will, into the, you see where I'm going?
I believe so. And so when you, are you, so in the definitions, there's a definition of inclusion, but there's not a definition of ability, differing ability. Or is that kind of
Just-
what you're,
Yeah, I'd like to see that spelled out just a little more, because it seems to me that, because that would have probably led to the survey even talking about, do you interact with or have time spent with, whatever it was, the survey word was.
Jumping off what Mark was talking about, I do think a definition of ability would be helpful. I mean, it is something that does show up in the interpretations below. So I think explaining what that means.
Yeah. As you look at the survey, John, how often do you spend time at school with students from different races, ethnicities, cultures? How often do you have classes with? How often do students from hang out with each other? You see where I'm going? Mm-hmm. It's just, as we start to want to make inclusion even deeper and broader into the system, I think we need to tweak that just a tad.
great. And my additional ask is, as we get to those components, bring that up again to make
Okay.
sure that I'm documenting it specifically
problem.
where you're seeing that as well.
I was looking at the very beginning, and I wanted to
Yeah.
give you an example.
Yep, thank you, thank you.
Chris?
Eric?
Let Chris go first.
So structurally within the definitions, there's one where it has a reference. So under race, singleton is acknowledged. I think that's appropriate. It's something that makes me wonder if there are other pieces of this. I would be surprised if much of this is invented whole cloth locally. And so if there are connections from other pieces of this to references that could go deeper, I think it would be appropriate to include them.
My only comment around the definitions was I have no comments around the definitions. I just want to be honest. Like, I don't feel. I was curious about the process because this is accurately defining these terms is something where I don't feel like I have the subject matter knowledge to do that. And so I was pleased to hear what the process was, and it's what I read here seems fine to me or appropriate to me, and the process sounds like it was what it should have been. So.
Okay. We can always come back. Why don't we jump down to 14.1? So the policy statement reads, ensure students have an anti-racist, inclusive, equitable, welcoming, and safe school and classroom environment. With an interpretation, I interpret an anti-racist classroom to be one that expresses that racial groups are equal, that every racial group brings with it assets that can enrich the classroom and community. Furthermore, an anti-racist classroom supports practices to reduce racial inequity. I interpret this to mean that we are committed to policies and practices that build a culture and systems that are inclusive, and educates its constituents regarding Lake Washington School District's commitment to creating classroom environments where students are supported and equipped to be active citizens beyond Lake Washington to build inclusive and equitable communities. You can see the indicators selected really do drive from what would be our panorama survey, identifying some of those specific perception pieces that could help describe our students' perceptions of how they're experiencing our classrooms. Eric?
So, you touched upon part of one of my comments, which was the indicator of compliance will be the annual panorama survey. I think in the final draft, that should be explicit of what that is and when that, of what that survey is, and it's every student is provided. Well, I think it should spell that out.
Yeah.
I want to just put back into the conversation Director Stewart's comment from earlier about ability. We have, for the perception data from students, the survey questions, I mean, it asks how often do you spend time at school with students from different races, ethnicities, or cultures. And I think a value that we have is that students are spending time with students of different abilities. And so I think that could be, or probably should be a survey question as well. But I guess I guess maybe the question then, based on my comment, is should that be a separate question, or should that be part of the, should that be another comment, should that be another element, or should that be a separate question?
Right.
I don't know. I'm curious to hear
Matt,
what
did you have a
think.
comment around that specific?
It's more generally, I think, as we look at the survey, at the questions, some of the ones that are proposed specific to Panorama. And I believe when we had the study session back in January and kind of talked about that, it's just important for us to kind of call out what's the interest that might not be missed here. If we alter the questions that are in the survey, one of the things that we lose is our ability to essentially benchmark against other districts across the country. And like when I present our proposed changes to R3, Panorama's worked with us to help us figure out what's reasonable targets based on using essentially national benchmarks. So it's not that we can't, we have the ability to customize those tools, but we'll also, but if we choose to customize those tools beyond our, take what's off the shelf, that'll be the thing that we would lose just in that element. But they've been good partners, and so we can also engage with them long term of looking to say, are there other things that they have in their data set, or propose modifications that they could research and study. So just more of around the design, not to dismiss or diminish that interest at all. It's just that as we go look at, those will be things that we'll have to evaluate when it comes to setting targets around these.
I think it's really important. I think being able to have that comparison data is something the board has always been interested in. Then I guess my follow-up question is: are these student survey questions that are in? My goodness, that's loud. Are currently in as indicators of compliance? Are those existing Panorama survey questions? Is that part of their existing question set?
Yeah, so they have a number of different question sets that we can pull from. The sense of belonging is one that we have used, and I believe that we currently monitor that in OE10. The diversity inclusion is a new question set. It is not currently kind of benchmarked nationally. They're still, as districts do that, then they're starting to be able to establish appropriate percentiles of where students across the country are landing in those. So that one is new. I believe that we asked it in fall of 2020 on the back to school survey. One of our interests as we do these and clarify with the board policies will be to to really develop a standard set of questions that we're consistently monitoring. Because this, again, Panorama kind of grew out of an interest in a program tool where we're using it for our counseling program at the elementary level, and we're starting to co-opt that for the purposes of monitoring and inclusion of student voice.
Go Mark, Leah, then Siri.
To Matt's point then, if you want to make it so you're able to compare it nationally and so forth with the Panorama survey, then I guess you have to put ability as separate questions.
Right.
And have a separate section and impress on the folks at Panorama, this belongs. And for us, and basically make us a leader in pushing them to acknowledge that they have a kind of a blind spot. Because if we don't, then we're missing that section. Also, when we give this survey of students, do we include the students of different abilities to see if they, how they feel on it? There's going to be different levels of ability to respond, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't do our part to try and include their opinions as well. Do you feel included? Do you feel, do people reach out to you?
All right. Thank you. Yeah, my note here was modify question or add. Yep, great. Director Choi?
I had a couple things. First was, I'm slightly hesitant that the only indicator of compliance is an opt-in voluntary survey response. Just the inherent nature of that means that we are missing a subset of our student voice population, potentially the pocket of people that would be most impacted by this policy. And I don't have a suggestion for how to remedy that. But I did also want to add that it would probably be useful to have indicator of compliance that was numerical, so potentially maybe X number of complaints or reported instances of racism or inequality, and then what is a measure that is considered compliant or not would be a suggestion.
I agree, because without that, it really kind of begs the question of why are you even bringing this up? And also, if we don't record those incidents, then we're not acknowledging that we still have a problem.
Another piece to this is later in the policy, we have a specific section that calls out the reporting requirement procedure in that piece. So let's, if when we get to that section, if we feel there's more that could be added to the environmental, let's add it there as well.
So I did want to comment about that section. You're talking about 14.9.
I believe that's,
So in that one, it specifically says addressing grievances that are reported, but it doesn't say anything about actually the reporting process. And so I did want to,
okay.
I don't know if it's appropriate to do it there
Yeah.
or here, but,
Let's do it there.
okay.
So, thank you though. Yep. Director Bleasner?
So in reading 14.1 and actually 14.2 as well, but 14.3, I thought I actually got to it, and it's the disproportionality that could exist. And what I don't see here on the student survey is breaking out of that in relation to the different subgroups. I think that can also get to some of your questions around different abilities. So if you break it out by students with different abilities, if we break it out by race and ethnicity and look at is there disproportionality within those in their sense of belonging, that provides a possibility in which to be able to sort of address that perception piece. I feel that's missing in this piece. The diversity and inclusion, my concern is really race culture based and isn't broad enough in which to address the multifacets that can impact a student's feeling included within our environment. So how you expand that or do that, I think you can do some of that by disaggregating on those first ones to be able to look at that sum. In response to Director Choi in regards to how do you potentially get those who do not opt into the survey, I think a possibility of adding a focus group component that's targeted, of which specific groups of students that we just gather information to what their experience is. It brings some life to this data that's here to give, this is what they're saying, that we get 85% say this. Well, what are they saying and what it means to not feel included, or what it means to feel included, so we have a better picture. So I think that's another component that could be added. Maybe that's a linkage we do as a board, to target that sort of thing and to think through that side. Because there are multiple ways we can do an evaluation of a monitoring report. It is not just through survey, and the board can have a different role in that. So I would just sort of toss that out as ways for us to think about. I also am not sure, and it sounded like, Matt, you mentioned that this would be coming, is what's the baseline? How do you know you're in compliance? This gives me the indicator, but doesn't give me a 85%, we say we're in compliance. Or it's improving every year as we see it. Or if there is disproportionality, we're seeing the change where we need to. I think that's probably, we want to see a growth in this occurring. I see you're about to talk, Matt, so go.
Well, as we could look at R3 later today, we'll go in some more detail. One of the things we've been working with Panorama around this, so they've helped us crosswalk their survey items against all of our board policies, not just R3,
Nice.
not just OE14, but ask them to do that against all the places where we might want to ensure that we have student voice or student perception data to inform that. And then I've also asked them to share with us the percentile cutoffs for each of these survey areas, so that we essentially could say that this would be our target. And you've heard me talk before, is that for some items, 67% might be you've hit it out of the park, and for other items, 67% might be really horrible. And so that it's so aligning with a consistent percentile target for that. For some of the measures like cultural awareness and action and areas, they're new measures, they don't have those developed yet, and so it would either be that we'd have to establish our own baseline. It's just because they're new enough. Whereas a lot of the social emotional learning ones, they've been doing long enough that they've established percentile measures.
So if I'm following, when you say a percentile measure, you're saying like we're in the 75th percentile,
Or 90.
and that might be 60%.
For one,
in
for one,
agreement,
for
and
one
one's
section,
30%.
it could be, so you could consistently say that, if our interest as a school district is that we would like to, for these areas, be in the 90th percentile, then we would have a corresponding reporting rate, a favorability rate that corresponds for each item. So for one item, that could be 75% of students responding favorably. For another, it could be 60. But in each of those, that you'd be sure that those targets are set at the 90th percentile. Some of these
That's great.
items are new enough that they just they're not comfortable releasing what that is yet. They haven't established a large enough data set. But that's what we've indicated our interest is, to try to help set reasonable targets that we can
That's
share.
great. So having that in those indicators at some point, so we have an idea, would be beneficial.
Director Bleasner, I also want to comment on your question around disaggregation. My assumption going into monitoring is that the board would not accept a report that doesn't have these data broken out by subgroups and demographic categories. And so, my assumption going into this is, and you have policy language within OE14 that I believe requires it, but that each of these would be disaggregated to the level that we're able to, depending on the data set.
But then that indicator section, which would be interesting, is where you have a percentile for an overall. How does that fall out within our subgroups and that piece? And what would be that percentile? So yes, I agree. So we could see it, but then where do we say we've achieved inclusion across all our groups? I think of this of graduation rates. We deal with this all the time, right? How do we work across this to get everybody up to the expected level? I would expect as we do this, we will have different populations of students that have different experiences that come out in this. What then is our level of compliance as to how we talk about that and what we do? Because our goal is, that's what we want to see changed. We want to maintain the inclusion that exists, and we want to improve where we haven't succeeded as effectively. So how do we make sure we monitor that piece?
So for me, I think there can be benchmarks set for students, and then the data helps understand which groups are or are not, at
Right.
that benchmark, as opposed to trying to, within the indicator set, identify different benchmarks for different groups.
So similar to how you put it in 14.3 about the disproportionality, I would do the same thing in 14.1 and 14.2 to discuss, to try to eliminate disproportionality that also exists. Or however you want to word that. Because I'm not sure that's really what you want, because you can always lower a bar as opposed to raise one.
Gotcha.
Does that make sense?
It does.
But I
Absolutely.
agree, don't set individual targets, because that always looks wrong.
Yes.
I actually want to follow up on that. Could you?
We turn your mic.
I understand it looks, yes, optically is not ideal. Is that, I mean, why not have benchmarks for subgroups?
So
What's your
yeah, my
thinking?
rationale for
Yeah.
that, for me, and it's similar to our academic standards. We don't have different academic standards for students based on kind of X factor. We set a standard, and the expectation is that the system then shifts and changes to ensure kids are reaching that standard. And so, progress indicators are different than benchmarks. And so, over time, you are hoping that your subgroups of students, that they are making progress over time towards that benchmark, rather than saying, we are satisfied with a student group not meeting a benchmark.
Can I continue? Is that okay, everyone? Here, it's a little bit different here in that, okay, so let's just say it's like a thought experiment for 14.1 that, we set a benchmark for sense of belonging. And we're achieving that as a district for all students. Let's say we set the benchmark at the 90th percentile and we're there. But that's because theoretically 100% of white students feel a sense of belonging, but still only 10% of black students do. To me, that's a real problem. I think everyone would agree that would not be, even though as a district we're meeting whatever the standard we're saying district wide. I don't think we'd be in compliance there. And so don't we need to have, doesn't that beg the question of why do we not have why is that not something we're monitoring for subgroups? And I understand on the academic side, I understand the discomfort in doing that, and the problem that could create. But I'm just kind of wrestling with
Yeah.
this.
So I guess I don't see a difference.
Okay.
In that, like if we set a benchmark for our graduation rate of 94%, like we said, that's a reasonably high number. And, we come and we present R1 and I know we're talking Rs and OEs, those are two very different policy monitoring types. But I also understand this is a bit of a different operational expectation that we're talking about. And we came in and we reported, we're at 94.2 and we move on. I don't think any of us would be satisfied with that as a reporting mechanism. And so in that, I believe all of us expect all of our students to reach the targets that we're proposing, and that if there are populations within our students that aren't meeting those targets, that I don't think that's been considered in compliance in any other monitoring, and so I think it applies to this as well. Matt, do you have a comment specifically about that?
Yeah, just your comment about OEs and Rs, and I think the when we're looking at this, when we're looking at to the extent that we're using student perception data, what we're asking is the extent to which our students are telling us that we're meeting these, right? Like, so it's just that kind of linguistic frame that really this is the extent to which our students are saying
Right.
that we are doing these things, and they may have that different experiences. So it's not that our students are meeting it, it's that the extent to which different subgroups of students are saying that we are meeting that. So, with our, because these questions really are reflective for us. So, as we kind of look at that, and I guess the question I wrote down is, right, like, so how do we craft a target that kind of accounts for, a universal target, but that also acknowledges the possibility that different subgroups of students may experience school differently or disproportionately, so.
And so, and then maybe it's crafting the indicator language to be more specific around what the board's expectation is around the all-student category versus subgroups of students.
Yes.
Great. So here's a nuance between remote meetings and in-person meetings. In Teams, there's a cheat code of who raised their hand first, and I don't have that right now. So I believe it goes Chris, Leah, Siri, Mike.
I actually had something to
Oh,
comment
okay.
about
Yes,
Siri's
perfect.
comment. So I'm curious. I understand when we're looking at the reporting data, why it's important to compare it to nationally normed numbers. But I would make the argument when we are trying to set benchmarks or goals for our district that it is slightly irrelevant in saying that we are in the 90th percentile if 50% of our students feel a sense of belonging. I don't think that that indicates success for our district or our students. I think it's a national failure. So I don't know that it's appropriate for these survey questions to say, that we are in the 90th or 80th percentile for that question. Like, I don't think that that is indicative of what we want to see for our students.
I don't disagree with you, and I think that's why reporting both the percentile and the percent are important, because I think the percentile provides a different frame of reference. Whether it's a national failure, it does provide a reference point as opposed to a standalone percent. Even though I
think it's a good to know, but I don't think that that should be our goal, right? Because we're talking about an indicator for compliance, essentially a goal for us to achieve, right? And so it's a good to know that that is considered a 90th percentile, statistic, but I don't think that that is something that we should be striving to.
And so I understand that. I also know that there's other things that go into the reasons why students may be reporting one way or another. Some of that could be system failure on a very large scale, and some of that could be youth and adolescent experiences and perspectives. So I think there's a lot that goes into it, and so.
Which I think also strengthens the argument of this shouldn't be the only measurement for answering this question, then. There needs to be some other
Other
method
data set, yeah,
of, measuring.
great.
If I can just, and one of the values of using the percentile piece is just as an acknowledgement of the survey design, that based on how they've designed the surveys, they get different types of results. So, and so I think that's acknowledgement of it. And then also over time, we'll, in order, as we look to incorporate more of this into monitoring, we're gonna have to bring in some of our, bring the results into our own in-house data systems, for us to be able to really disaggregate it in some ways that their platform doesn't allow us, which will help us get into a little bit more nuance of understanding the results such that we can actually drive action.
And on the piece around using more than perception data, I would also ask the question of, if we're reporting data that we as the adults say, our classrooms are great, but our students are saying not so much, which data set to me provides greater evidence? And I would say the student data provides greater evidence than, because numbers of reporting, there's a whole bunch there as well. Who feels safe to report, so it's all of those components as well. And I think that's why, and we've been talking about perception data of students for a number of years around these things. And so that's why I'm proposing as the onset that this is the data set. But I have heard there's a few other data points that can help. So, Chris and then Mike.
So, as I was reading through, I kind of went down a rabbit hole and I'm not sure, I'm on something separate from what has been being discussed. So if anybody has final comments on that, let's finish that conversation before we go on to my thing.
I think you're okay.
Okay. So in 14.3, under the indicators of compliance, the second to last bullet point reads, special education least restrictive environment demonstrates increasing access to general education settings. And there's an implicit value judgment given by using the word increasing, which suggests that the goal for this is 100% general education for 100% of students. And while I recognize that we probably have too little on average for special education students, I'm concerned that for many special education students, 100% time in the general education classroom would actually not be the best way to serve these students. And so I was wondering if there's a way to finesse that, because I think right now the goal needs to be increasing it. Mm-hmm. But increasing as a permanent goal implies that 100% is the only acceptable outcome. And I'm not sure that's the best outcome for students who are being served by special education. So, mark second to last bullet point of 14.3. And
So I'll go down that rabbit hole with you.
Yeah.
Because there's a reason I chose the word increasing.
yes,
And I believe our strategic plan, I believe the board's value around inclusionary practices for our students with special needs has been well articulated. And so
Yeah.
the idea that we are focused on that at a number of levels. One, our preschools have shifted to an inclusive model of services. And so, we don't have center programs for our preschool students right now. It is an inclusive model. We've had an inclusion pilot occurring in 4 elementary schools, I believe it was, and we'll be expanding that to the all of the elementary feeders in the Lake Washington Learning feeder this next year. And so I believe, based on the actions that and kind of strategic work that's going on right now, I think we're all saying that the level of inclusion and access to general ed isn't what we believe it should be. And that's why these are living documents and living indicators, because there will come a point where increasing terms changes to maintains access.
appropriate was what I was thinking.
Right.
Yeah,
And,
okay.
and so that's why I selected increasing, because at this point, I don't believe we are at a
okay.
threshold that we believe is appropriate for students.
And that's what I interpolated. My assumption was that that's what your intent is. And I'm comfortable with that as long as that's what you're thinking. I wanted to make it explicit.
Yeah, yeah.
Thanks.
Absolutely.
Mark?
Now, on Chris's point, though, and to your answer, the fact that you're interpreting it today in March at that point, and Chris says, okay, that's what I meant. The question is, 10 years from now, will people know what the two of y'all just exchanged? And if without putting that in some sort of document, without finding some way of inserting that,
Well,
And
and
we're
that's
losing it.
something where that was my fundamental concern, was that it's not explicit, but at the same time, I do believe it's a living document, and 10 years from now, I would absolutely expect the superintendent to be paying attention to the wording of each of these and changing it when it's appropriate. Right now, I believe it's appropriate. Oh, God, Eric.
Let's see, why don't we go Mike, and then why don't we, I believe we have a break built into our timeline here, and I think it would be good for us to take a quick break. Mike and then Siri?
So two things. One, to add to Chris's comment, that the other factor is LRE categories are 80 to 100%. And so if we're increasing students into that category, there still may be time where they're being served in a slightly different setting or getting their needs met another way. Also, IEPs drive a lot of that as well, but we're nowhere near 100%, and I don't anticipate that happening anytime soon. But our goal is to increase time in general education. So different topic I wanted to share, and we've talked about this before, and I don't expect we do a major change, but the number of indicators is a challenge, and I've been doing some reading around KPIs, and really the recommendation is to focus on a few because that leads you to very specific actions. And when we have a list of 10 indicators, let's say one's low and one's high, you're going to be, and then trying to say all of those are contributing to this goal. Which of those levers are you going to pull to reach the goal? And how much time are you going to spend on them? And so I guess I just wonder about, if we're saying even like 14.3 is a goal, which I would even go further and say the whole area is a goal, and then the indicators are really, the KPIs are really 14.1, 14.3, but set that aside for a second. Even the indicators under each subsection, there's a lot. And so when we're monitoring those, how can we say each of those are actually leading to that outcome? And then what do we do when one's down and one's up, or one's up and the other's down as a system? And so a recommendation might be to think about what are the few indicators that really we need to deal with, and if we address those actually lead to outcomes that maybe factor into the others. And so I was looking, for example, at the curriculum ones, and there's a lot of things in there. So if you focus maybe on a fewer of them, that you would address some of the others that are related. And so I think that cuts across all of our OEs. I would recommend just thinking about how maybe you either prioritize or you set some aside. But again, I know that's a much bigger ask, and I know a lot of work's already gone into identifying these. But even LRE, for example, if we are increasing time in general education settings, that's going to address a lot of other factors that relate to inclusion. And just that goal in and of itself would allow us to have a very clear focus, and then the work related to that really addresses the larger goal.
Thank you, Mike. Siri, I believe, Siri, Mark, and then,
Break.
okay, then break.
And so there was just a few things, just building actually off of what Mike was just talking about. If I remember correctly, the sense of belonging, those actually roll up, those 5 concepts. That it's a scale that rolls up into one overall, as well as the diversity and inclusion. And that's a much stronger way of doing an indicator regardless. 1 point never is good. And so having 5 that can build into that is much stronger. So perhaps we need to be looking at the overall as opposed to the individual. And then you can break, that's your further dive when there's differences. Well, where are those differences breaking out on these individual factors on that survey? So I think that's a piece to sort of get to that KPI piece that you're speaking to, and be able to work with that. Overall policy, and this relates again actually to what you were saying, Mike, because it actually broadens it. My question is, welcoming and safe is also written in that policy. And when I read this, I don't see that in the indicators. Welcoming, potentially, I could argue from sense of belonging. Safe, I don't believe I can. And so that was a question. And is it that this is not the priority at this point in time that we're going to put it in for that policy, or do we need to be paying attention to it? So I think, Mike, I think you lend to that discussion with your comments. I do think if we have it in our policy, we should be paying some attention in which to be able to monitor it in some fashion, knowing that this is also a huge conversation that exists out there in regards to safety and security and all those components. So I do think we need to pay attention to it as it does drive in that. So I wonder where that indicator is.
Great. Thank you.
Mike, to your point, if we've got 10 indicators, if you will, to one policy point, perhaps we've got too many indicators lumped together, and it should be 2 or 3 different points to, 'cause that way, as you said, one's down here, 3 are up here, and another 6 are up here, whatever. You're not being able to grasp the ones that are really failing, or that there's something wrong here. So what's wrong with this picture? Whereas the other numbers will skew that. So perhaps we need to think about separating out some of those points. If you have, again, 10 indicators, maybe we ought to be having 5 different, or not 5, I'm sorry, 2 different groups in 5. I don't know. Just, I'm not a statistician, but it just seems to me that maybe we're, by lumping them together, we're overlooking some needs.
Great. Okay, why don't we do this? Go ahead and take a break until 10:40.
Yeah.
So about 8 minutes.
Okay, you want to continue driving us through this?
Okay, and so just in the spirit of ongoing transparency, we have developed an agenda given a number of topics, but we've also set aside time in our upcoming study session on the 28th to do continued work from the extended study session. And I believe there's continued work that will need to be done on OE 14. I'm not even sure we'll get through the whole policy today. And so want to make sure that we set that time aside for a couple of reasons. One, to complete our work, but also to do it in a timeline that then allows us to move this to the next step so that we can do monitoring during this monitoring calendar year. And so we have about 45 minutes. There was a question of, do we just continue with the same process we're using? For me, I guess I appreciate just the ongoing dialogue about these pieces. It helps, kind of frame my next actions around the policy so that when I bring it back to the board, you can see this conversation represented in the changes that I bring. And so, Chris, I see.
Yeah, so in the spirit of not doing it linearly, but doing it by priority, I've got a concern in 14.5 that I would hope you can actually touch before we get back together on the 28th. And that is that the indicators of compliance for 14.5 are basically, the first 3 are students reporting their curriculum was culturally responsive, percent of families reporting curriculum was culturally responsive, percent of staff reporting the curriculum was culturally responsive. All 3 of which I think are valid questions, but if you ask the average white dude how culturally appropriate our land acknowledgement is, he will look at it and say, it seems culturally appropriate, but I don't know. The converse of that is, and this is what I see as missing in the indicators of compliance, is how many complaints we have had regarding curricular material and our ability to resolve them. If you have a number of Native American, not Native, let's just not put it on any group. If a minority group has a concern around a piece of curriculum, and when we look at it, we realize, yeah, we missed that, we need to fix that. That is more important to me than all of the white people in the district saying, yeah, it looks okay. And so having some way to capture the the negative feedback of curricular complaints rather than merely the mostly well-intentioned, but I would honestly say probably uninformed. I mean, I had to go back up to your definition of culturally responsive to decide whether or not I even knew what it meant, and I wasn't sure. So this is something that I don't feel we need to resolve today, but I'm hoping you can come back to us with something on the 28th.
Great, thank you.
Let's then roll back.
Yeah, to- Yep.
Or I guess first of all, sorry. Anyone else with anything else on 14.1? Or do we capture everything before the break?
Just real quick, for 14.1 and 14.2, I think it is important to go back to our definitions and define safe in the context of this policy. Are we talking about actual physical safety from harm? Or are we talking about, you know, an emotionally safe space? Or how are you interpreting safe, and therefore how are we monitoring it?
Great.
And maybe we need definitions ahead of, as they take the survey, so they'll understand they're not talking about physical, but they're also talking about emotional, mental, whatever.
Great, thank you. All right, should we shift to 14.2?
Oh, I was just going to say, could you tell us about the teacher survey that's being used?
I can. And Matt, I'll rely on you to help me with this. So currently we use, and Dale, you can probably provide a framework for this as well. The 9 characteristics of highly effective schools survey with our staff. Within that, some of these questions are asked, but I believe the intent for reporting is to start embedding these questions into a panorama survey, so that we have a consistent method of how we're collecting it across the board for reporting. Matt, do you want to talk about that? And
Yeah, just, I mean, really, it's other than, we have not been using Panorama consistently as a tool for surveying staff. We have surveyed staff once on this particular topic, and that was, but that was really more of a one-off. So the interest would be in using that consistently in the context of this policy.
And is this survey opt-in, voluntary, anonymous, or?
Yes, so the survey for whether students, staff, or families would always be voluntary. Students, the schools have the ability to get in and see individual student results. For staff, I'm looking at the platform right now, and I do not have that ability to see individual staff responses. I can see breakdowns by school, and I can see breakdowns across the district.
And is the response rate similar?
And the response rate.
With our students, like, is it,
Yeah.
what was it, 65%?
yeah,
Give or take.
Dale, do you recall the response rate for our 9 characteristic surveys? Part of it has to do with how it's administered.
So 9 characteristics of effective school survey primarily used in our school improvement planning process. It's actually conducted a part in RCW that speaks to a type of survey we use. So, and John's right, the response rate kind of depends on how it's administered. Administrators want to get a high response rate, so they will typically provide staff time in a meeting to say, okay, for the next hour or half hour, please complete the survey. And then they gather that information back, take a look at it as a staff, prioritize areas that they want to focus on in their school processes. So,
Do you recall the typical response rates? I mean, I know we have it, I just don't have it at my fingertips.
80%.
Okay, okay,
Range in there.
okay.
And it's all staff, so it's not just, classify staff's really hard, it's hard to capture them all in a staff meeting, because their daily schedule is a little bit different sometimes, but, really work hard to get everybody's input into that.
I think there's also comments from 14.1 that are applicable in terms of access to data and data types that apply to 14.2 as well.
So,
Eric, then Mark, then Chris.
Okay. Are we able to disaggregate this data for staff by subgroups? I mean, do we have,
So in 9 characteristics, no.
yeah,
Because we don't, we would have to ask them demographic data
Yeah.
that they're reporting, since we don't collect it.
Yeah.
It's anonymous data. And so we, at this point in our 9 characteristic survey, we do not ask demographic data other than like school and job type.
But you could.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we could, but we don't currently.
yeah.
And then my question to Matt would be in Panorama, so we would have to specifically ask those demographic
Yeah, it's the
questions.
same thing where, because in this, when we ask students, we're able to cross-reference against our student information system to be able to pull up demographic information, but since that's not what we have, and given that the survey's anonymous, we'd have to work to figure out how we'd want to administer in such a way to get that.
I would highly encourage figuring out those demographic components to ask at the end. That's a pretty standard practice.
I think it makes sense.
Yeah. Great. Mark, then Chris.
Yeah. You mentioned earlier that the survey really not only did students and staff, but also families or parents. Am I correct? I mean, yet I'm not seeing the parent component on here. Maybe I'm just missing the line. I don't know. My thought is if that's one of the components that you're having a difficult response rate from, which I can imagine, I'd like to suggest that we work through different organizations within the community to get buy-in on the survey, how important it is to their ethnic group, racial group, whatever it might be, whatever group, special needs group, to work through to make sure you get enough of a survey to make it meaningful for you, and to have those folks represented. I know that in working with the Central Cultural Mexicano, they felt that, you know, that they're not always, their community really isn't getting heard. And I said, is it because when we go out so broad that that we need to funnel through an organization they understand and they work with constantly, as opposed to us interacting once a year or something?
Yeah.
So just a
Great.
thought.
Thank you.
John, I just want to retract my earlier statement that I'd been impatient enough to click a couple of more times. We do gather that it's all confidential, but we gather the demographic breakdown on the Panorama tool, so
Okay.
that we would be able to do
With
that.
staff.
With staff.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
So,
So quickly, Matt, just to follow, do you collect income at all or a range of income?
No, what's embedded in the survey is how many years somebody has, I'm looking at the certificated, how many years somebody has taught, gender, their primary grade level, subject, role, race or ethnicity, and how many years they have taught in their specific location. So that's the demographic information that's baked into their survey, and we'd have to engage with them in the conversation around any other customization.
Okay, thanks.
all right, so is this conversation, because I'm moving to the next piece of this. Getting back to Mike's comment about how many indicators you put underneath the hood. 14.2, I think, is a simple example of how I would prefer to be hearing from you, which is that the indicator of compliance is the teacher staff survey. Starting with reporting out every single question, I trust your judgment to aggregate the questions to give us a sense for how staff feel regarding, do we have an anti-racist? Do we have an inclusive? And if there are questions that are giving you answers that are discordant on the same topic, then dive into them. But broadly speaking, I'm very comfortable with the idea of rolling it up into the staff survey. The overall results would be the first page of this, rather than starting with question number 33, question number 48. The 50,000 foot level is much more important to me than the granularity of each question.
I already had a turn, so you can go first.
I just wanted to say that I agree with that in terms of if that is the method for getting that information. Like, I don't need the individual questions for the overall result of the staff survey, but I do have a problem with the staff survey, optional, voluntary, opt-in, being the only measure of compliance.
And here you're running into the challenges we have for this space. How many things do we measure? Sometimes we're scratching our heads on, is there anything we measured that can address this? So but yeah, if there is more, it would be great to have, but yeah.
Well, to make that survey more meaningful, you also then have to have the complaint factor in there. So you have the survey from staff, then you have, we've had an X number of complaints at the elementary or this level or that level in this group or that group, just so we see that's where the grumbles are. And then to see how that compares to the survey. Because if there's a disconnect, then something's wrong. I don't know what it is, but something's not right. Back to Siri's point about income on the survey, with staff, I can see how it's much easier by virtue of staff groups, length of service, so forth. But when we're talking community, when we're talking parents, and we're talking that part of our equity program looks at income, we need to figure out a way to delicately, if you will, look at income levels. Because because you'll have different income levels for different within the groups. I don't know how, to be quite frank, you can do that. That will be one of the questions they don't just skip and say none of your business. But maybe it is, again, working with the community organizations to make sure that those considerations are included in when they're answering their question. Otherwise, we're going to end up never being able to track the low-income students or low-income families.
Great, thank you, Mark.
I have, on 14.2, I have a question around, in comparison to 14, so 14.2 largely mirrors the 14.1. And in the indicators of compliance for 14.1, we have sense of belonging, diversity, inclusion, and, sense of belonging and diversity and inclusion indicators. But for 14.2, it's only belonging. Why?
I don't really have a great response to that.
Okay.
Other than, yes, we can include it.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'm not necessarily advocating that we should. I just
Oh, no, I actually
curious.
agree that we should.
to think of. Okay. Great.
I mean, if the theory of action is that perception around that for students tells us something,
Yeah.
then I think that same theory would apply for staff.
And it may be, yeah, I mean, I'm not saying we have, it needs to mirror it exactly, but maybe it's a narrower. Yeah, I think it applies.
I do too.
Okay.
Yeah. Chris?
So shifting gears to earlier questions around safety, one of the things that I wrestle with when we speak of emotional safety is equating that with the absence of discomfort. And so I just wanted to ask you to, as you define safe and welcoming, to make sure that there's room for respectful discomfort. Because the most important issues are issues that somebody in the room will be uncomfortable with. And helping our students learn how to work through that is important. So it's just be careful in how you're defining that.
And if I remember correctly, well, I think that probably bleeds over into our R3 discussion. Sorry, Matt, I keep asking you to chime in because you know this at a deeper level, but I believe part of R3 really gets at kind of that self-regulation, ability to monitor and adjust given, stressful environment. I mean, things like that are some of the data sets that we're proposing in R3. So, okay, great. Because I agree, stress is a universal truth, and there's levels of stress that help you, move forward. You also have to understand how to work through stress, and how do you, get back to a better state of mind so that you can be productive, that you can be.
Well, I mean, it's also the emotional intelligence to recognize when someone else is distressed, and finding a way to continue a conversation without distressing unnecessarily. Anyway, I don't feel this needs to be discussed in any greater depth.
Anyone else with anything on 14.2?
All right, 14.3.
So I think we may have captured this already. Hold on, let me think before I start
So
talking.
the prior comment around 14.3 was the concept of increase access to general education. And so there was a request to define what increase is. And I believe I can further the superintendent's interpretation to understand what access to general education settings means in terms of the interpretation of this policy that then translates to that indicator.
So for 14.3, this is a question, not a statement. Is it important to define eligible students? I feel that is fairly interpretable, but at the same time, how you have chosen to interpret eligible students for highly capable programs could be an important definition for us to buy into. Anyway.
So again, I use that term purposefully because it helps put a boundary around which student groups are being reported on, because then I think it helps, because our currently eligible students, we may disagree with the makeup of that group. That it's disproportionate, it doesn't have appropriate levels of representation, that there are some student groups that aren't represented at all. So that's why I selected the word eligible, because it then tells us that the system took action, and this is the outcome of that action. So that's why I selected the word eligible.
And the reason that I twigged on this is that the last bullet point makes it explicit. Absence of disproportionality in special education qualification, which would be eligible for special ed. That absence of disproportionality is implicitly then not applicable to the other categories of select student programs.
And Okay, and so I purposefully did not use the term disproportionality within our student programs, and I did use it in special education for a couple of reasons. One, disproportionality is something that we are held accountable to in special education regarding the qualification of students. And so partially it's a term of art, but partially there is processes and procedures that we are required to comply with. And so it's a data set that is also readily available and very specifically describes this. If we were to say no disproportionality in our highly capable programs, that means that we are placing a ceiling on specific subgroups of students, essentially, rather than representing those that are accessing and trying to understand who's not represented in a certain program activity and things like that, and then determining from that, do we believe that that is of concern? One of the data sets I remember reporting to the board probably, 8 years ago that just kind of caught my attention was looking at which students were accessing AP courses and which students were accessing Running Start. And it was remarkable to me that if we take our two largest subgroups of students racially, Asian students and white students. Predominantly, white students were accessing Running Start, and predominantly our Asian students were accessing AP. Now, the why behind that, I don't know all of that, but for us to say that that's disproportionate, I think would potentially be a failure on our part, rather than trying to understand the reasons why and to ensure that there's communication to families in a language that they understand, that we're providing access and description around the full array of programs that are available to students. So,
Yeah, I thank you for clarifying that. The reason that I was concerned is that disproportionalities in eligibility are actually of greater concern to me than disproportionalities in participation. So what you just described in terms of two different racial groups choosing differentially between these programs, they're both eligible. If it was something where AP programs were, for some reason, we only had Asian students were eligible for those and only white students, then I'd be very concerned. And so I'm not sure that evidence that eligible students are participating in select student programs is my greatest concern. I might be more concerned about eligibility disproportionalities. So anyway, so at this point, I think I've said it twice, so if anybody else wants to chime in, that would be welcome.
No, the one I think of specifically is choice schools and enrollment within our choice schools, especially when we broke out looking at the high school populations, when you looked across Tesla STEM, ICS, Futures, and Cambridge, and Emerson. And when you looked across those and the very different demographics within those, and then the different academic experiences and outcomes amongst those, I think that's the piece that gets problematic when you look at this component. So that's the question that I had when I looked at this indicator. It's that the school and district teams analyze and identify areas of greatest need, but then do what with it? So as an indicator, I'm not sure that just says you have a plan, but I think you have to create action in which to address. And when we say select student programs, are all of these programs will be done each year on the monitoring report? That was my question. Or there will be different ones that are done. It'll be on a rotating schedule. Because we have spoken a lot about the highly capable program and being able to actually decrease disproportionality. You can either put it that way or improve access for all student groups who are eligible, but due to the manner in which we're doing so, be it through testing or whatever component, that we're not capturing that component because we have no reason to believe the highly capable program should be able to be defined based on racial ethnicity groups. Special education is the same thing because there's a legal backing, as you put it. It falls out a little differently. Advanced placement has consistently shown that our low-income students are not as well represented, our Black African American are not, our Latino students. Why is that? And how are we ensuring that we start to change that and shift that? That's part of the academic rigor thing that I think got put in, that you get put into that. How do we start to break those barriers? I'm not sure these indicators are going to give me that, is sort of what my concern is, because it's more process. Now, I would argue that our results is where we should see that come through. And I get that. But equitable access means that we have removed those barriers and we can demonstrate that they do have access into it. So I think those are the pieces. I look at those indicators, I get a little concerned that's not quite as action-oriented to be able to look at compliance.
But you just reminded me on the OE indicators. Frequently on our OE indicators, the indicator really is that we do have a plan, rather than that the plan is successful, but that we are planning.
And it's always been a problem because it's all, then
Yeah.
you got to implement it.
And so the drawing the connection to the results side is valuable. I'm sorry, John, this is still complicated, but it's something where having a tighter connection from this to the results report somehow would be able to help me overcome my concerns that we're not speaking to outcomes rather than having a plan. So.
And then my other question was on the select student activities. You list out, I wasn't quite sure, so high school clubs that correspond with a credit-based, so explain to me the groups you have outlined there. How about that?
And so part of that is trying to articulate where we actually have student data tracked consistently. Many of our student clubs are choice, opt-in. Some students participate for 2 meetings, some, are there always, it's not currently tracked in our student information system. So to be able to generate those data consistently across all settings, we would have to implement a new procedure to be able to do that, and that would be a full-scale shift of our high schools to be able to do that. So Matt, do you have any other, I know you and John have talked about this, Applegate have talked about this for a long time.
Yeah, I think it's just the nature of some of our, as their student, they form, they dissolve, and so in looking at kind of that consistency is what are areas where we essentially roster participation, and that's an area where we can consistently report back to the board. We certainly have been talking about it in terms of athletics. We've built a pretty robust system for looking at Title IX, which is disproportionality on the basis of sex, and so we'd envision essentially implementing a similar sort of process and data system around this on the basis of other demographics that we have access to with our student information system. But starting with essentially programs that are rostered such that we can actually pull that, whereas a lot of our clubs are, hey, drop by Tuesday after school, and there's not necessarily a formality, which again, we'd have to develop a system, which we can do, but also then understanding what are the implications of that and our ability to do it consistently across all of our secondary schools.
It makes sense to go with the rostered ones that you have currently at this point as we learn the value behind it and then can consider whether or not it's worth it to do a process. So appreciate that. Thanks.
Mark?
When it comes to the rostering idea, and we have so many after-school activities that are basically in lieu of classes. I think of journalism, I think of newspaper, I think of debate. And we always say that one of the reasons we have those clubs is because we can't show how much interest there is in student level of interest. So if you only have 5 students participating in the afternoon, yeah, that's pretty low. But if you start being able to roster those classes, whether it's those classes or others, because I'm not familiar with some of the others, then you see, okay, gee, I've got enough really for a class. And doing it after school, first of all, it may be excluding some students, to be quite frank, who may be working or doing other things, so, or participating in sports.
Right.
So my thought is that the idea of rostering helps to gauge need for an academic class. The only unfortunate part you don't catch is, let's say the student athlete who also who may realize that they are never going to go professional or may even get a college scholarship, but they have that interest. They may also then exhibit that interest in writing sports. And so the rostering is going to be very important to gauge current, but we also then need to be able to start surveying students as to interest levels.
Yeah. Great. Sorry. Thank you. Mike?
Yeah, I wanted to speak to Chris and Siri's comments a little bit around eligibility. So let's take choice as an example of eligibility, where it's a lottery system, so essentially everybody's eligible. To a lesser extent, advanced placement, we've been doing a lot of work to reduce those criteria that aren't directly related to the class, right? And so we've tried to eliminate some of the barriers, and yet we still see disproportionality. And what that makes me wonder about is, why are some students choosing not to enroll in the lottery system? And is it because I don't feel like I'm welcome, or that I see myself represented, I don't see the value in it? And so I think it probably has to be a little more than eligibility to ask those questions of the students. And so I guess going to Siri's comment, yes, results need to drive it, but is it more than just, okay, we look at it and it's there? But it's identify areas of need and a plan to address them, or address areas of need, and then you look at the results to see that you actually are successful in your efforts to address. But I do agree, just to say you look at it, we've been looking at it since I've been here, which is almost 10 years. And I do think there's also opportunities there when you say you're looking at addressing those, to say, are there more choices? I'll just give examples of, like, sometimes parents express they go into a choice school and there's messages, intentional or unintentional, delivered that keep them from feeling welcome. And so those all point to things that we could actually do. So I guess that's what I'm trying to communicate here is, I would say at least address or develop plans to address as part of the indicator, in addition to simply observing.
Chris?
Thanks, Mike. Shifting gears to a bigger picture thing that has occurred to me. Surveys, speaking as a guy who likes to measure moles of stuff, surveys are always something that make me nervous. But the thing that makes me even more nervous is just listening to your complaints department. But at the same time, it seems like Let's Talk is complementary to any of the surveys, in the context of collecting the things that have motivated someone to come to the system and tell us that there's something wrong with the system. That's an important pulse point that complements the surveys on environment. And I want to put it out there that if there were a way to aggregate information, I'm not saying we count the number of emails, or something. So, if you counted the number of emails in my inbox, you'd think that we have a major problem at Blackwell and nowhere else. No, I'm talking about somehow aggregating incidents that are resolved in favor of, yes, there was a problem here that really we had not noticed, and we've spoken to it and we think we've addressed it. That's something that I think could be useful, but setting that against, this is the first time that we're talking about indicators for OE14. I don't want to overwhelm you with adding another thing where I know that Let's Talk is probably a complicated one to enroll in the system right now. But it's definitely something where I feel like it would provide information, particularly around 14.1 or 14.2, possibly around some of these others. And it's just an overarching comment, not specific to any one of the OEs.
Right. I think the other piece is there's going to be indicators that we identify that we can't report on this year. And I'd rather they were there, even if the evidence states data not available.
That would be wonderful, just to say, here's something we think, but we can't get it yet. That could be really valuable.
Yeah.
To that point, and also the serious point about choice schools, we have talked for at least my 8 years, I'm sure, into Siri and Chris's tenure too, to the beginning of it, that one of the barriers to the choice school is the transportation. And so as we look, you know, the idea earlier we talked about, oh, it's not just necessary or just enough to survey the students, but then come up with a plan for how you're going to address it. If in our surveying of students about choice schools or parents about choice schools, is transportation a barrier? Then we are addressing one of the sticking points that we have heard perennially is out there. And then we can address it from, okay, we know that only 10% says it's transportation. Okay, well then we've been working on a false assumption. But if 90%, and now what in the world are we going to do about it?
From a general standpoint, to just build off what Chris's comment around let's talk, that's again, you know, public comment is another place where a lot of different topics come in, especially with the written public comment that we're utilizing at this point. I think we have a lot more of just topic pieces coming through. And so I think those are other places. And again, I would then push to, you know, focus groups are just key targeted connections to learn deeper about any of these issues that fall out. But the survey gives us one piece, but then to dive in a little further.
A question around 14.3.
Yeah.
Would student perception data around this, would that, I guess a question for the board and for Dr. Holman. You know, do students' perceived ability to access these programs, is that a helpful indicator, I guess is the question. Is that telling us anything? And is that possible?
I'd argue that that's probably the number one driving factor of participation. So yes, if a student thinks that they're eligible or capable or that it's open to them, then
Yeah.
and they're interested, then they will participate. But if they view it as some obstacle or something that is inaccessible,
Yeah.
I think that probably drives a lot of participation.
Yeah. So I don't know if that's, I just want to put that as something to maybe follow up to see if that's something we can follow up on.
Your student advisory board might be a great place to plant some of these things.
One of the things that Dr. Holman and I were talking about, 14.3, that as we work through it potentially can serve as a model is the model that we have around Title IX. And trying to figure out kind of the art of what works into the monitoring and then what becomes part of kind of practice. But because what we look at from an athletic standpoint for gender is essentially you start with your participation data and you essentially look to say, is there disproportionality? That's the first part of a multi-part test that essentially we run through to look at that. And then you look at kind of the next part is you're getting at is their interests, right? And so are you satisfying, to what degree are you satisfying interests? And then there's kind of to what degree is there a legitimate non-discriminatory reason why you may or may not be satisfying that interest? And then it kind of continues to go down. And so we've built some processes around the data and that the schools themselves actually use. They have athletic equity committees that are made up of students, parents, coaches, administrators that walk through this, and there's a schedule cycle where they actually review their data. So it's a way, and then interrogate that in such a way that how does that lead to change? Since we've implemented that, it's resulted in us adding programs. It's resulted in changes, and we believe, or now at least we've met part one, which is something that is a rare feat, that we've met that at both the middle levels and the high school levels. And so part of it is thinking about, like, I don't even know how we report that out necessarily to the board, and it's kind of this nuanced piece, but I think that's part of the interest in 14.3 would be, and then how do we, again, align that into practices throughout the organization such that we can interrogate that. And so that can be something we can continue to kind of noodle on of using that as a conceptual model that might fit for this.
Thank you, Eric, then Mark.
Yeah, got it. On the participation level, and going back to your point about Title I being at least a measure of some sort of participation, if we were to break out the number of Title I students participating in X, Y, or Z, that might give us an indication as to the ability based on income, because their family can't pick them up, their afternoon school or after school job. In fact, I would suggest that perhaps, and that's, to be quite frank, may transcend a lot of different economic levels, but so you'd have to figure it out once you got there. But asking students, are you working in an after-school job or before-school job? And that then tells you what is eating into their time, either for academics, for extracurriculars. How is that impacting, oh Lord, I just used that as a verb. How is that affecting their ability to access either their education or an interest level? If you have an afternoon job, that means, well, you're out of luck for football. That means you're out of luck for debate. That means you're out of luck for this or that. Before school, well, that means you're out of luck for sleep. You see where I'm going? The idea if we could figure that kind of a component into it, and I realize we want to be able to have in our surveys an ability to compare from our district through nationally with the panorama things. But to be quite frank, if we put it out there and not blend it into an existing question, but put it as separate questions, then we point out to whoever we're working with, these are areas that all of us should be looking at.
Yeah. In regards to our Title I, we don't have any secondary schools that currently are Title I schools. I believe we just have 2 elementary schools that are designated as Title I. So just...
Okay. To that point then, and I know we've always talked about how we can't access the numbers or the data of free and reduced lunch. I would like for us to seek an outside opinion from a rights attorney or whoever we could go to, say, how can we use this data so we can better serve those children, especially in high school? Because right now we're just assuming that we can't because it was in the past it was this and that and the other thing. But maybe we're not exploring all the avenues that were the way you could do it. We already, let's figure out how we could actually do it and answer the need. And I think it will probably take us asking somebody at DOE, asking somebody at OSBI, I don't know. But somewhere outside of our own realm, because once we start just talking to ourselves, we kind of have a circular motion in that respect.
SBI has rules that they produce and update on an annual basis as well.
But I would like for us to get, there's the rules. Okay, now let's get their interpretation of the rules, how that's implemented. And if we want to seek X, Y, or Z information to enhance the opportunity for these students, how can we do so, given the rules are in place, and what can we do because we're not serving those students if we don't know they're there. And so in some ways, by doing so, If the rules are in place and they're actually a roadblock, then OSBI knows that. If they don't know they're a roadblock, they'll never change them.
Great, thank you.
We're at time, but Matt, if you want, did you have any follow-up on this before we?
No, I mean, it's just, so we have the ability to disaggregate in rostered programs on the basis of a number of different characteristics. I think the challenge is looking at, is trying to distinguish where we see disproportionality. And so like I'm looking at our athletic data, it's high school athletic data, it's a couple of years old, because this report, but you know, I can see that they're roughly a third of our students, high school students, participate in athletics, but if I disaggregate by low income, only about 20% of our low income students, right? So that's an area where we have a gap. And then it's using the model under Title IX, and this is the challenge in trying to figure out how do we do this in a very clean, clear way, is then to say is, are there other, are we unpacking the interests? And then are we unpacking kind of what you would, in Title IX, the language is legitimate, non-discriminatory reasons as to why. So that because if there aren't, then you're looking at, we're trying to close that gap, or you're able to at least satisfy of, yes, we see that there's disproportionality, but we're satisfying the interests, and we're satisfied that there's not, those things are made up by things that are essentially outside of the locus of control of the school district. And some of those access. So that would be, I think, trying to kind of unpack this to say, how do we put that in a monitoring report in such a way that it's simple? Whereas for Title IX, we haven't had to unpack that, and schools actually really immediately go through, and it's an annual process that they work through multiple times in something that has really had decades of established case law that we've been able to develop those models. So it's a framework, but then that's just that'll be the art in trying to refine it into a simple monitoring report.
Thanks. I now understand, I think, what you were talking about, so that's good. We'll leave it at that. Okay, so we're at time for this. We will continue this conversation, yes?
March 28th.
March 28th.
Yep.
At our regularly scheduled study session. So we'll continue, we'll pick up where we left off. I think we got through 14.3.
Yeah.
And we'll continue on, and we'll just keep working on this until we're done. Okay, so we have half an hour now for lunch before resuming at noon to discuss student representatives to the board.
You know, Eric, I would propose we give ourselves a few extra minutes. I don't think our next item on the agenda will take a full hour.
Okay.
And so I'd propose 12:15 for a return.
Beautiful.
Okay. Great.
Okay, we're starting again. The next topic on the study session is student representatives to the board. Dr. Holman, can you get us started?
Absolutely. And so this item is being brought to the board. The board has expressed an interest and has a value in connecting with and hearing from students on a regular basis. One of those ways that the board would like to move forward with is identifying a process to have student representatives participating with the board during board meetings and in other board activities. And so was asked to bring a recommendation. And so I put together some thoughts and ideas. I also put in this item in board docs, item number 3, I believe it was the NSBA put together just some thinking around student representatives to the board. I just thought it was an interesting article that I included for you to review as we're thinking about this. Maybe not in the moment, but for future reading. I just think it was, they did a nice job of outlining some of that. And so I just want to walk through some of the pieces that I did in preparation for this discussion. Every board has a different reason why they have student reps sitting on the board, and they have different processes and procedures, numbers of students. And so I just grabbed some language from some local and actually boards from across the country for, why they articulate that they have student reps on the board. One local board stated that the students serve in an advisory capacity at board meetings, but do not vote. They contribute to discussion by providing student insight and are encouraged to comment about policies, procedures, and decisions that affect students. They also serve as a liaison for student leadership at their schools and report to fellow students about the work of the board and district activities. I want to point out that this statement comes from a school district that has a single high school. And so you think about a single high school district and what that experience would be like to have a student representative on the board. You have different opportunities when you have a single high school versus a district like ours, where we have 4 comprehensive high schools and then a number of students participating in high school in our choice programs in multiple locations and on multiple campuses. Another district stated the rationale for student reps, that they're a liaison between all students and the school board and between the school board to students, that they represent student interests, which is what they commented on as student voice, on policy and procedures, that they're a voice to the board regarding student issues, questions, concerns, and successes, that they're representing students during legislative events, and that they provide communication between school-based leadership and the school board and community. Again, another district not close to us, but within the state of Washington, that has a single high school. Another larger school district articulated their why of student representatives on the school board attend school board meetings during the school year, typically twice a month on Thursday evenings. They provide student voice on key decisions that the board considers and can learn firsthand how the school district operates. Oh, sorry, this was, I am calling out a school district here. Student representatives serve as liaisons between their local high school and the district, giving a monthly update presentation during board meeting to help keep the school board and community informed about activities of at the school, and in turn, the representatives share important district news with students. They also have an opportunity to join school board members in their annual visit to Olympia, where they meet with state legislators and advocate for public education. And so that is just a glimpse of all of the different boards that, and some of the reasons why they have student representatives participating. I hope what you see in my recommendation is a variety of inputs being captured for what it could look like in Lake Washington. I am not tied to any portion of this recommendation, and so I bring it so that the board has something to respond to, can manipulate, change, or completely throw out. And so that's the spirit that this recommendation has brought. And so proposing that the purpose of student representatives to the board, first, that the student representatives serve in an advisory capacity at board meetings. That student representatives represent the perspective of students on issues and decisions the board is making. Student representatives have the opportunity to provide a student update for the board at each of the business meetings on information relevant to the board's work. And that student representatives participate in annual legislative conference student activities, knowing that our legislative conference has specific activities for students and for them to participate and engage in that. In terms of the number of student representatives and the length of term, recommending that 2 student representatives be seated, with 1 student being a junior, the second student being a senior in high school, and that through that rotation, you would predictably always have 1 student rep that had background information and experience to provide some level of mentorship to the new individual on the board. And so if we followed through with that, this spring would be the off-cycle year where we select 2 student reps, 1 incoming senior and 1 incoming junior. I'm also recommending that we identify students from the west side of the district and a student from the east side of the district to ensure at some level we have regional representation for the board. And there is no rationale for why we would start a 2-year term for the east versus the west but you can see that's just kind of how it fell, knowing that we would have to select two student reps this year. Thinking of the process for how student reps are selected, one of the things as I looked at, and I would say predominantly where the board is selecting student reps from, it typically is from leadership classes at high schools. For me, that felt like we were limiting participation and representation from the students across our school district, because I know our leadership students have good experiences and expertise to share, but there are other students that aren't participating in leadership that also have important experiences and a deep understanding of our school system as well. And so that's why I didn't put a parameter around who can apply to participate as a student representative to the board. I use the term eligible, Lake Washington High School students, and to be eligible in this sense means that on an ongoing basis, you're a current sophomore in high school, which makes you eligible to apply to be a representative to the board, as opposed to setting any other criteria. It really is about interest and commitment to a 2-year term. And so for this year alone, eligibility would be, for the west side of the district, it would be a current junior. For the east side of the district, it would be a current sophomore, so that we have that rotation set up as we move forward with this. There wasn't a district I saw that didn't have an application process, but for me, I use the term short because what I don't think we're looking for is, War and Peace. But I think what we are looking for is our students just to, represent some level of information, identify, an adult that can speak on their behalf, those kinds of things, just so that as we go through the process of selecting, that we have additional data to pull from as we make the selection. Because what I know is we have great kids in Lake Washington, and so the selection of 2 will be extremely difficult. And so then I would propose that in terms of that selection process, that on an ongoing basis, it's the board chair, superintendent, and selected, cabinet or central leadership team members to conduct, if you will, interviews on selected students. And selection will be based on interest, background, experiences, and references. And that, go through that process and identify typically a single individual, but this year would be 2. Also thinking about support for our student reps, knowing that it isn't just about them showing up on a monthly basis to board meetings and hoping they have what they need. And so identifying a few key players in all of this, knowing that the executive assistant to the superintendent would be a key contact for students to ensure that they have what they need, the information, that they can ask questions if they're not able to come to a meeting, like who do they call, like all of those pieces and details, I think is important for us to know and understand, but also for the students then to understand. I think on an annual basis, ensuring that the board chair and superintendent meet with the 2 student representatives just to do some level setting, making sure that we're connected with the students. We, start building that relationship with them, knowing that they're going to be an ongoing part of the board's and my work, explaining, if you will, expectations for attendance at board meetings, roles and responsibilities, and then just be able to answer questions. I think there's also a couple touch points throughout the year, both in November and February, to review things like the board's calendar, clarify questions, just kind of that maintenance of the relationship and the role. And then on an ongoing basis, making sure Again, their key contact here at the district is providing them with information about all board study and special board meetings, legislative meetings and travel, making sure that things like that are all squared away. I didn't put in here parent contact, but I feel like ensuring their parents are apprised of something like that so that they're aware of what it is, making sure that we have appropriate documentation and signatures for activities, because that really falls under the category of like a student trip. And so making sure that we comply with all of the rules around a student traveling for district business. And then making sure that our student representatives have kind of meeting conduct and protocols so that they would know what to expect as they enter into a space that's new to them, but will also be new to us as well. And then I think continuing to evaluate this as a protocol, we may find what I just proposed is perfect, or whatever we land on, but just an evaluation of that. And then after that first year, documenting that in the governance culture policies so that we know what it is that the board representative process and program is, so that I don't remember who said it, 10 years from now, it isn't just, an oral history of what it was intended to be, but we actually document that process, procedure, and expectations. That's my recommendation.
Okay. Who wants to start telling John what he got wrong? Leah? Sorry, that was not a fair prompt. I don't know why I did that.
Thank you, Director Holman. I think that's a great starting point for our discussion. I just wanted to say that although the benefits of having a student representative to the board, I think, are pretty clear, I think we also have to take into consideration what the student will get out of this relationship or this time commitment. And that should be outlined or included in our plan, for lack of a better word. I was thinking that there needs to be some sort of a component of some type of a goal for these students when they are coming in. So they're committing to 2 years, and a big part of this is learning the process, how a school district operates, what civic engagement means, right? But maybe that is one of the conditions of our application process or the interview process, but what would you like to see changed in your school for the better? And then they have to work through that and try and get that accomplished in the 2 years that they're there, or something along the lines of they need to have a concrete goal of something that they're going to gain from this as well. Not just us getting feedback from students.
Just a question about that. So you're thinking about this being a student representative with an advocacy component to it? Does that?
I guess you could call it advocacy, or it's almost like a project component, right? It's learning by doing and participating.
Thank you.
So a few things. Just to build on that piece there, I remember seeing the presentation at the WASDA conference in regards to student projects being done by the student board reps that were determined as they were on. So perhaps to build on that in their senior year, that is when they would be looking in their second year, after they've worked for a year on the board, then tackling something that might be bigger. I think the idea of goals is great, and working those out with them. I'd be hesitant, honestly, for it to be what they came with initially, because often as you learn more, you potentially broaden what you believe to be those issues or those concerns. So I prefer to have a little more time that they were engaged. I appreciate the 2-year component. I know Riverview runs a 2-year component. I think that's a great option. If we are building with the legislature in that piece, that gives opportunity to testify in Olympia as well and be able to do those components. So I think that gives some good building. I would encourage to add WASDA as a key piece because they are building up a statewide student rep component and doing a lot of skill building for student representation at this time. So I would add that as to part of the job responsibilities, honestly. I'd also be intrigued to know how they would be involved with the student advisory councils that would set up, because that to me seems like a direct link for them to be able to access multiple voices in the student advisory side, and be able to broaden that perspective and bring that forward. On your selection piece, you have one board member. My question, I would favor 2 board members to be on that selection. Whether it's the chair and someone else or it's just 2 board members, I'm not sure that matters as much because the chair does change all the time. The other question I would have, and I'm not sure how you would do it, is potential of a student being on there. So I don't know if it's the one who's going to be a senior, they can be part of that selection process. Just as something to think about is that voice coming forward, they can think about it from that student perspective. And then also potentially setting up a board contact for them, somebody, which typically would be the chair, but to be somebody that they can contact and just make that clear what that relationship is, that they don't have to wait to a special meeting, but being able to answer those questions. I'm excited to finally have something written on paper about this. I will say the last legislative conference I was at, I was saddened we didn't have a student who could participate in the rake doll conversations that existed and different pieces because we didn't have this set up. So I do think this is a great opportunity to do the learn by doing and giving opportunities for our students in this setting. I recognize one student doesn't represent every student. I myself am one person representing the entire district as well, which is actually larger than our student population. So in some regards, we are just giving them the same responsibility, and I think that is a perfectly acceptable option. And I also see a possibility that they could help lead with student linkages if we're doing that and helping to do those sorts of things. So I see some very key roles the student reps could do in being able to build that student voice piece in more effectively. So thank you for bringing it forward, and I strongly encourage we move forward at this time.
I think having 2 reps is a good idea. I think balancing it east and west makes sense to me. It's as good a framework as any. And having it in off-year cycles also makes sense. All of that sounds good. The selection process, I just wanted to clarify, is the recommendation that well, I guess what is the recommendation as to who selects the reps? I see that in the recommendation is that the chair and the superintendent and leadership team conduct the interviews, but the selection process itself.
Yeah, to me, it seems appropriate for that team to come to a consensus.
I think that makes sense to me too. And I echo Director Bleasner's comment about, I think it makes sense to integrate if we have, the senior student participating in it, or even it could be the student who is, a few years down the line, it could be the senior who will no longer, so not the more senior representative, but the actual senior academic year who will no longer be the representative
right.
to participate. That just makes sense to me. I don't know. I have some kind of wacky ideas around selection. I'm going to hold those just for a little bit to see what other people say first.
I like the idea of the east-west, I really do, because my concern was that we have only a east-west picture, if you will, but we also have, for that matter, even the learning communities. I'm tossed around the idea of having each rep serve a quarter. That way you could have each school represented during that calendar or that academic year. But I don't know if they will get the taste of it or they'll get the effectiveness of it if they were that brief. That's my only concern. If we're looking at an east-west selection process, and let's say let's say on the west side, the first year it is Juanita. would we be looking at, okay, to balance that, would next year have to necessarily be then like Washington, just so we can have an off year and off year? I think that might be a good way of spreading it out, and no one gets their feeling that they're being left out. 'Cause I'd hate to see that happen, because I don't want, one school, whether it's West versus West or East versus East, to feel like, oh, gee, it's only that school that gets to do this. Because that's going to kill the whole idea, to be quite frank, before it gets started.
So, I actually have a couple of thoughts, but first I wanted to start with, I was surprised not to see the Student Advisory Council be part of this recommendation. We have one, that should be a framework. The reason if we're going to call it student representative, who the heck are they representing? And if we're then picking the student's representative, that's really not how we pick most representatives. To me, it makes sense for the Student Advisory Council to nominate their student representative to the board, and that the Student Advisory Council should be the level at which we guarantee representation to the different buildings across the district. But I actually am embarrassed to admit that, yes, I'm a doubting Thomas. I have no idea if every one of our high schools has a representative on the Student Advisory Council. I completely agree with Mark's concern about, okay, so for 2 years we got Juanita, for 2 years we got Lake Washington, but does a kid at ICS count as a representative of the West if they live in Sammamish? So to me, there's a fundamental problem with the East-West. If we're talking about student representation, then we need a structure by which the students are represented. And to me, that makes these student representatives, student board members, be the representatives of the Student Advisory Council, even though I don't know what the Student Advisory Council looks like because I am a doubting Thomas. So please let me know what the Student Advisory Council looks like, and then I can give you more feedback. But I really do, I'm not against this. I actually think that overall it's a great idea, but if it was something where it was coming from a Student Advisory Council that represents all of our high schools, that way we don't leave the choice schools out of it, which was my first instinct, because they've got plenty of our attention in other dimensions. Why should they be representing the East or the West side? The kids who are at their neighborhood schools would be but no, I want to obviate that as an issue. Go straight to having some structure where all kids are represented and having a board representative from that structure is my preference. So Siri, can you tell me what the Student Advisory Council looks like?
Yeah, and Dr. Holman can tell you that I asked him the question this weekend because we knew that was coming up. And but what I will say is that was part of the piece of how are they connected to the Student Advisory Council, because that is, if you remember when initially the Student Advisory Council was started, part of what we had asked was that they did determine what their connection and linkage would be to the board and would be able to establish potentially those pieces. As we all know, pandemic hit, lots of different things. It was beneficial in being able to be in a remote environment and involve a lot of kids. So I think those are the questions to be asked here. But in thinking through, does a student rep have to come from the Student Advisory Council? I'm not 100% convinced it does, because they are already in an advisory role, and a person wanting to work at the board, they should be a direct liaison for the board to the Student Advisory Council. That could be the role that's played, because that's where they can get the representation that addresses all those pieces, but yet they don't have to sit on the Student Advisory Council. But I do think, and actually I wrote this note right before your comment, you must have a strong Student Advisory Council to really support the student representative within this large of a school district, if we really want to be activating student voice. I think North Shore has some good examples of the work they were doing on the student advisory side. They don't have student rep, they work a Student Advisory Council only. I think we can work at a blended component and actually do more learn by doing to the true civic engagement from that piece, and then be able to use those students as a leader role as well to the Student Advisory Council. But I do think they go hand in hand. We need to strengthen it. But I would not cut their time short, because I think you need time in which to learn the issues to be able to go forward.
Interestingly, I appear to agree with Siri.
I agree with Siri too.
Uh-oh. End of the world.
Only on that, only on that one small point, though. The reason why I agree is actually, I'm now going to get to my idea, is the group of people who are willing to do a job is different if it's elected versus if it's something that is appointed. It's usually a smaller group of people who are willing to. It's a different group too, who are interested and willing to do something that's elected. And if it's something that's even elected by a student advisory council, I think that's going to limit or change I think detrimentally change the potential students that we could have interest in this position. So my sort of wacky idea for appointing this. I'm throwing this more out of a concept. I'm not saying we should do this, but I think it illustrates why I think the board having the board ask for applications and then interview people makes sense. Is what if we were to have a sort of a process where we selected a group of, say, 20, 30 students who the board felt this would be a good opportunity for them. And then we randomly selected from that, just two. And there, I think, again, I've read about this a little bit, and that when you have a random selection process, it actually does increase the people who are willing to do it. Just an idea.
So any one of those 20 people would be.
We would interview if you're through the interview process, it was determined like, yes, this person is qualified. It would also remove some potential biases from the selection process. Maybe it's not something we do just right now, but I just wanted to put that out there as an idea that if we were, if we truly believe the student is qualified, then they're in the pool, and then there's a drawing out of a hat, and those are the two.
How do you select the initial 20 or 30 then? I mean, it basically.
The same process by which we are deciding on the two.
Okay.
But instead of saying these are the two, these are the people we are hiring, we make a determination on whether they're qualified to do it, and then from there.
But the final ones do not necessarily have to come from the 20 or 30 pool, they don't necessarily have to be excluded either.
What I'm proposing, I guess to try to put this concretely, I'm thinking out loud here.
Okay.
What I'm proposing is that we have an interview process and an application process, and from that, the two board members, a student representative, and cabinet decide, select for, or not even select, it's determine whether that these students would be good candidates, and then from that 40, there's a random selection process.
From the applicants.
From the applicants.
The panel
There's a screening.
screens them.
Screening.
Yes,
the
it's
word.
a screening process,
Just
and
wanted
beyond
to
that, it's a
clarify
lottery.
it.
Mike?
So I think we all have students on our instructional materials committee, and incredibly valuable. So absolutely the right direction to go. I wanted just to share some of the logistics that come up that I think consider, and it kind of relates to the application process too. So I think I was 3 years that I worked with that group. Some years we had we had a student from each the main comprehensive high schools. And some years everybody showed up to every meeting, and some years there'd be nobody and we just lose track of them. And as you all know, students have busy lives, and they haven't necessarily been encultured to like a world of work where there's this expectation. And so part of that I think you can get to through the application process of being really clear. Like if the expectation is you're at 90% of the meetings, and then you have a backup plan, because it also feels really awful, especially in the first few years, if students stop showing up
and you want them there, and then you don't have a contingency to replace them if you need to. So I would recommend something along those lines. I think 2 helps with that, because if a student can't make it, you have another student that can fill them in. But I'd build that into the process too. I'm absent, I get a report, a summary report from my colleague. The other thing, I think I did pull up a description of our advisory, and it was a nomination process for advisory members. But I think if you have nominations, you lose some students that would be very well suited. And we were talking, Joy was sharing about thinking about the racial makeup of your group and how do students get access. And so sometimes a nomination process might reduce that a little bit. With the advisory, we did do a process to be really explicit about the composition of the whole advisory, that it represented the makeup of our district. So what I would propose or recommend, maybe as an addition to what was being described, is there's a recruitment process that goes to the advisory and asks them to get the word out, that goes to schools and asks them to get the word out, that has introductory meetings and information sessions so students know what they're getting into, know why. And then I think there was also that question of what is the student getting out of it? I think for many students it will be connected to a career interest or a personal interest, so you can connect to that in the discussion process. It's also an opportunity, and I think this is legitimate. College or work application, resume, as you're thinking about going out into the world, it gives you experience that really is going to give you a leg up. So there's value in that too. So I think you could do a similar thing, but I would really recommend being, one, really explicit on what the expectations are. That's built into the process, and there's almost a verification. 2, it's a wide-ranging recruitment, and we're really careful about, like, at Juanita, they get the same level of recruitment as they do at Redmond High, so we don't unintentionally create this discrepancy. And then you could bleed it into the process or blend it into the process that was being described, where you do have a larger group, but you're then getting a more representative group, and everybody's coming in really clear on what the expectations are, because again, otherwise you're not getting folks that might not have thought about it otherwise, and that potentially you, especially in the first few years, don't have the participation that you want, and then you lose that. So.
I like the idea that we not go through the nomination process. My biggest concern is I don't want to have this end up being the clique, the in kids. We won't go, there's other euphemisms for that, but still, I want to make sure that it is representational across the board, whether it's like by sex, by race, ethnicity, but also by grade, academic performance. There are some kids who are, let's say, C students, that this would be the thing that actually sparks them to have an interest in school, because they've had more of an interest in government than they have had in trigonometry or whatever. And this might be the spark that needs to light them. Certain classes do that to a student. But I would like to make sure that it doesn't become the elite 3, 5, whatever, because that then just defeats the whole purpose. And I do like the idea, though, of not writing up your expectations so you've been in at least a year or whatever, because I could see that being a 180-degree shift from where they would in the application once reality set in.
Chris?
So I think Mark just hit something very clearly for me. It's impossible for 2 students to be representative of all our students. Those 2 students will have specific demographics. The only way they can be representative is to have a formal structure by which they are representing the broader student body. And to me, that is that they're a liaison to the Student Advisory Council. Now, the Student Advisory Council, I remember vaguely hearing something about, there's a silver lining to the pandemic. These kids are Zoom literate. The Zoomers in our schools are better at it than most of my colleagues at hitting the mute button when they should. And the ability to have a Student Advisory Council that's truly representative, where all voices are at the table, at the same time having someone who's formally responsible for linking that group to our board, that is, to me, the ideal situation. But it winds up being as you pointed out, if you're doing this right, it's a responsibility. And there needs to be a carrot that goes with it. But that responsibility, what's the responsibility? The responsibility for them is they have to be at a certain fraction of the Student Advisory Council meetings so they know what the Student Advisory Council is talking about. And they have to be at, and to Mike's point, having a formal, hey, 2 unexcused absences and the Student Advisory Council sends a new representative to the board because we need that connection to be real and reliable. But the carrot would be that the Student Advisory Council, if you've done a year on the Student Advisory Council, you know the things that are important to the students. And now you can learn how the board works, but they could really bring a project to the role of student liaison to the board that would be appropriate. It would be developed perhaps by the Student Advisory Council, but spearheaded at a policy level by the student who's the liaison to the board. I see this as absolutely viable. It's not nearly as important to me that we have the representation among the singular student who is the bridge. But this means that student has, I mean, honestly, it's self-selecting. There's only so many hours in the day, and if they've got to go to all the Student Advisory Council meetings and all of our meetings, I mean, that's one of the things I was going to propose, is that we have all the student-related things that they find interesting in our agenda front-loaded so they can go home and finish their homework. To excuse the student representative from portions of the business meeting, if they're interested. If they want to stick around for the whole 9 yards, great. But anyway, this is something that, the specifics, I take the point about self-selection versus our selection. I do like the idea of making sure that they're qualified, but in many ways, to me, it's actually, hey, a kid who's been on the Student Advisory Council for a year is now qualified to take on the additional responsibilities of bridging to the board. Yes, there are students who aren't necessarily represented, but to me, that's an advisory council problem, not a student representative individual problem. Getting them into those voices into the Student Advisory Council has been very important to me. But the student who's selected to do the bridging, it's the character of that kid. And honestly, yes, it's resume fodder, but the kid who's doing it, we've all known them. They're the kids who show up because it was important, not because it was fun. And we just got to find some way to make it valuable to them and not just important to us. So I really like your project concept, giving them the right to drive something. I mean, whether it's some piece of policy that is directly relevant to students or what, that's how you get the kids to care. I mean, honestly, from the last year and a half of emails from kids, there's no question to me that getting to a zero footprint or carbon neutral, the kids care about that. We have not driven that, but if we had a student representative who's bringing that to us from the Student Advisory Council as an important issue, I can see that really actually happening in concert with our student bodies. So anyway, yes, I'm skeptical, but I believe it can be valuable, and we need to build in the evaluation to make sure it's remaining valuable after a year. And if it's not valuable, fixing it so it becomes valuable, not just killing it. So, thanks.
Chris, to your point earlier about east versus west and where do you put the ICS student? And it can go either way. Whether they end up being where they're residing or where they go to school. So if they're at ICS, okay, they're representing that side of the district. I have no problem with that. I mean, I don't want to exclude those students at all. And I want to have them encouraged to be able to participate because, I mean, first of all, they've already kind of been moved out of the circle, if you will. But it's important they be a participant. And so whether it's, again, where they lay their head at night or where they put their tails in the desk in the morning, one way or the other, differentiate them.
So we're at time, so try to, what I'm hearing from everyone, and you probably are taking better notes than I was, is the concept of, everyone was okay with the concept of 2 students with alternating terms. Right. The selection process, I think we're really landing on is the interview, a short application followed by an interview with 2 board members, the superintendent, some cabinet involvement, and some student involvement if possible. And then that group selecting. I don't think my idea floated or flew. At least for now. And then that group selecting the two, or the two for this year, and then going forward, it'll be one each year, right?
Right.
And I think we're basically there. And then I guess in terms of the role, I think it's a little mushier. And did you pull anything from that, Dr. Allman?
I heard a lot of great ideas. I also know that I would rather start smaller than bigger, because the bigger it gets, the more staff time it will take to manage and make successful. And I want to make sure that we're able to, even in a narrowly focused description, we're able to do that well and then build it out. And so I'll do some work to flesh out what the role is of the student rep, and then we can get feedback on that either in a meeting or otherwise. I also, my paper hand went up to just comment on the randomized piece, that I think there's also a layer of what is the board's work over the next couple of years, because that can also influence the student selection process.
Yeah.
And when I think about, the board's adoption of OE 14 and students with lived experiences that can benefit the board in that voice being present, I don't know, obviously through a randomized process, it is possible, but if that's a value of the board, also just being explicit about that through the selection process is another way to look at it.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. And then I think Mike's point about the need to, sorry, what?
Leah?
Leah.
I would actually disagree with that, because the priorities of the board are going to be the priorities of the board. The student that's coming in that might have different priorities, I mean, that's an addition. It's not going to necessarily change what our priorities are. So I don't think that it should be if we go down that route of selecting students based off of what we're trying to accomplish already, then we're kind of forcing our agenda on the student rep. And that sort of defeats the purpose of them coming on for their unique ideas and their different perspective, which is what we're looking for.
And that's the fun of the process.
I do think it would be important for them to be aware of what the board priorities are going forward and potentially how it fits into what they're thinking about. But the selection purely on it does seem to be problematic as you lay out. But I do think as we all have to learn as we come forward into these roles, as we come with our own priorities, and at the same time, how does that fit within the larger priorities? And that will be the student voice as well.
The last thing I wanted to capture was Mike's point, which I saw a lot of head nodding during, with the importance of pushing this out into the schools uniformly, and advertising, making sure students are aware. Not just having those students come to us, but making sure.
And through some of the key programs as well that are being done. So not just through our school setup, but Mary Wilbur's Eastside Native American Education Program, going out through that, through the work with Johnny Fu and some of those with the family and community engagement is the other piece.
So I think we're in a position to push forward and start with this in the spring.
Absolutely.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Could we get an update as where the student advisory councils are at, like written up in a board brief or something?
Sure.
Great. Great. Thank you, Dr. Holman, for spending the time to put together the recommendation for today.
To that point, Siri, the composition of the student representatives that we have currently, the student representatives, board, committee, whatever, it'd be interesting to know what their spread is. Location, age, sex, ethnicities, so forth. That way we get a feel for where they've come from and, where we're lacking, perhaps even. I don't know. Just a thought. I have no idea.
Okay, great. All right, so we're at 1:05. We'll take a break for 10 minutes, and resume at 1:15 with the discussion of results 3, which will run until 3:15. Okay, we're going to get started again. Just wait for the video to click on. Okay, 1:18, the next item on the agenda is a discussion of results 3. We have this scheduled to go until 3:15, and we'll take another break then. So, John and Matt, I think
Yeah,
you're...
great. And so, as the board knows, we've been in discussion around R3 for the past 15 years, trying to find the right fit, the right data set to really help inform the board's evaluation of results related to what is currently titled Life Skills and Citizenship. And through great efforts on the board's part and staff's part, we've taken a number of runs at it, and it continues to not meet the board's needs nor staff's needs in articulating life skills and citizenship as a result for our students. And so a few months back, Matt brought to the board a concept around using the Washington State Social Emotional Learning benchmarks as really a guide for results 3. The board concurred with that as a concept. Matt, Siri, and I met to review policy implications, some interpretation and indicator considerations, and what those pieces would look like. And so today, Matt has brought an updated version of policy interpretation and indicators for consideration of results 3.
All right, thank you, Dr. Holman. So in your board packet today, you have a document that looks at kind of each of those areas. And again, I think one of the couple of challenges that we had discussed with R3, one is the ability for the board policy to serve as kind of a clarion call to action for the organization. And so that there is an opportunity with the Washington State Social Emotional Learning benchmarks to organize ideas around life skills and citizenship in such a way that is clear to understand, provides a schema for the organization, and is also really allows us to align programming and delivery of instruction with that. And so one of the other benefits that we looked at is that by kind of attaching to efforts that the state has been undergoing really intentionally for multiple years with a variety of stakeholders, that we wouldn't be necessarily kind of creating something from whole cloth, but rather we would be able to leverage the work that they have done. And so today, bringing proposed changes to that policy language. Also, in thinking about that requires us to rethink about the interpretation of that language, as well as then what are the indicators? And one of the challenges with the indicators we're using for R3 is that in many ways they cause us to have to make a variety of assumptions about those results. So, for example, student discipline was being used as a proxy for students demonstrating the ability to take personal responsibility. And we know that there, while certainly that might be an element of student behavior, that there's a variety of other factors in both that drive student behavior as a form of communication, and that also the decision of whether or not to exclude a student from school is one that also is informed by the environment and informed by the adults that are making some of those decisions. And so really that there's multiple factors at play with a lot of these indicators. And we're using them to kind of draw conclusions about the extent to which our students are or are not gaining the skills. So proposing a different set of indicators as well as targets for those. And I'd like just to orient the board to the document that we have here first, and then give the board time to kind of read and review. And similar to our conversation with OE14, then we can just go through looking first at the policy and then at each kind of subcomponent for interpretation, indicators, and targets. So John, if you just kind of go to the table of contents, I can talk about each of those. So you'll first find proposed revisions to the policy language that align with the 6 state SEL benchmarks. The language is not exactly the same. There are, as we looked at it, we adapted it to more policy language, hopefully making it a little bit more accessible. But it still is aligned with that, and all the interpretations actually really use the state SEL benchmark language as far as those. So you'll next find in the changes to interpretations, indicators, and targets. Right now, we're proposing at the outset that we use the student perception data be through the Panorama survey. And that's called out. We call that out in additional considerations that is, we've talked about here, like with OE14, using a single source has its limitations, but that would allow us to begin monitoring this policy while we work through additional ways to monitor the policy. And again, looking at it, I think for the board that could include things like opportunities to engage with student kind of focus groups to help unpack that. Pack the perception data. We eventually could also look at staff and family perception data. And then we will start looking at if there's observable data or found data that would be appropriate to use, but that avoids some of the pitfalls of the found data that we have right now, which really is just incorporates a lot of variables. So I think when we unpack additional considerations as well, there are some known limitations with the perception or the survey data as a tool itself that we try to call out just to acknowledge. And then there'll be some things that by virtue of if we go ahead and make some of these changes that we would also, that implies that we would then be following up to make some changes with OE10. Because we have an interest in and a requirement to continue monitoring attendance and data, which were monitored under R3, and that OE10 is a more appropriate place for us to monitor those. Lastly, pulled together 4 different appendices. One, you'll see the survey questions that are used in each kind of question bank. One of the things that's really important to note about Panorama and under that appendices, for the most part, it's a selected response, and so there's 5 options given to students of how to respond. They are almost always framed using favorable language, and it's a degree to which something is favorable or not. The first 2 would essentially be less than favorable. There's a middle option that is generally presented as somewhat or neutrally, and what's reported out is only those final 2 responses as considered as favorable. So I just highlighted those so that the board could see that's what's being reported out as favorable. And so in the indicators, you're essentially seeing only the 2 most favorable responses as counting towards favorability. In the indicators and targets, I work with Panorama to establish what was the 90th percentile as a target for them, and you can see that the targets can vary based on the way the questions are framed. And I know we had that discussion a little bit earlier today, because there's a variability in terms of how students respond to those. As we get the data, work to establish some data systems, we may be able to look at, degree unfavorable, and try to differentiate between, I would say, maybe the shoulder shrug response of the somewhat versus the negative response. So Appendix A breaks out all of the questions and the response options for every item that's being proposed as an indicator. Appendix B, just as a reminder, provides the resource of what are the Washington State SEL benchmarks. Appendix C provides a crosswalk between what is currently the R3 indicators and the Washington State Social Emotional Learning benchmarks. These were presented to the board back in December. And Appendix D provides the response rates for by school for our fall panorama survey data. It should be noted that that data is used at a school level, and those items aren't monitored, and so it is optional for schools to engage in this fall to whether or not that they were going to participate. So not all schools did participate for a variety of reasons, but you can see that schools that did participate did have some varying levels of participation rates, and so we would obviously would want to pay attention to that and work to drive that if these were areas that were being monitored. So I guess what I'd like to have is give the board some time to just review this, and then we can work through the document. And I guess maybe when you're at a point where you're ready, if you want to flip your name tags up, and all right.
So while everybody else catches up, I want to start with an apology for not winning this conversation 14 years ago when we were first putting R3 together. I have never been more excited to see a policy revision that changes something in a meaningful way. I am so freaking excited. So, I mean, honestly, you look at the old stuff, just look at the red line on that. To me, the notion that things wasn't something that should be required for all of the R1 subjects, that was already covered. This was entirely redundant. Now it's meaningful. I really am ridiculously excited about something as dry as policy R3. I'm not saying that I knew I was correct. I knew what they were wrong. No. This is so much better. This means something. This new stuff is extraordinary. Anyway, have fun. Yeah, that didn't quite come across on but I like it.
All right, looks like we're ready to go. I think, yeah, that'd be helpful. Then we could work our way down and talk about the indicators following that.
Thank you. Okay. I think I said this off mic just a little bit ago. The only thing I wonder, first, Chris was correct. The policy language is I have no comments on the policy language itself. I think it's great. I think the changes make a lot of sense. The language that we have now, to me, is more consistent with how we've been talking about our interests around R3. And not necessarily, so yes, I think the changes are good. The one thing I'm wondering about is the title, life skills and citizenship. I don't think that's quite accurate for what is now in the policy language. You know, an obvious potential policy could be social emotional learning. For some reason, I don't like that term that much. I can't quite put my finger on why I don't like it, but I just have never particularly liked that term. But something more in that domain than in what we have now, I think would be a more appropriate title. So kind of throwing that out to everyone else to come up with a better title.
I think we've got two separate policies here now, to be quite frank. We have one that was focused on skills and life skills and citizenship, and now we've got one that's focused on social and emotional learning. And I think you're really looking at two separate tracks. As I looked at the 3:1 through 11, is there a 12 under there? Yeah, 12. Okay. I saw it going from straightforward language to jargon, to education jargon, to psych jargon, and it clouds it. It doesn't cut to the chase. Now, again, if you're looking to have a policy on social emotional learning, this fits the bill. But it doesn't cut it for life skills and citizenship, really. Yeah, you get very esoteric with it. If you give about 5 different lines, you can bring it back to citizenship. But you have to explain it back to it. We ought to I'm sorry, plain speaking to our audience, when we're having an audience of, how many dozens of languages that are spoken in this country, or in this district, and the ability to all of a sudden look at English as being comprehensible. To be quite frank, as a person whose English is the first language, what we changed it to me is incomprehensible to me. I had to look through and reason my way back to the original intent. And that bothered me, because you're going to have parents out there looking to see how that fits. And it looks like we're trying to set up a policy that'll fit a survey as opposed to a policy that'll fit our need. And I don't mean this crossly, it strikes me as two different things. And we can't, again, the idea is, I think that we're creating policy to fit a survey as opposed to establishing policy to create what we want as a better student outcome, student person, well-being. I mean, I've never, when I tried to solve a problem effectively, identify and apply socially appropriate emotional regulation in behaviors and communications. Yes, you say something politely, you say something directly, and you say something clearly. But the other stuff, come on, folks. It's just, you know, if we want to live in an ivory tower and have our policies in ivory tower, that's fine. But it's not going to be very applicable. In my mind, I could be wrong, and God knows I have been, but it just strikes me as pie in the sky.
I think in terms of the policy language, there's a couple of word choices that I'm grappling with. And for example, in 3.2, identify and apply socially appropriate emotional regulation behaviors and communications. I feel like it's kind of ambiguous, and I feel like what is considered socially acceptable changes all the time. So, yeah, I don't have an alternative suggestion. Just reading that, and then also using word choices kind of like in 3.4, treat others fairly from different cultures. People from different cultures would make the argument that no one's ever treated fairly, depending on who you are. So what does that mean? Whose definition of fair are you using? So just little nuanced things like that stood out to me.
So in a quick review of the policy, I appreciate that this is being based off of the benchmarks that we had spoken about before and some of the revision. And so, word choice is always a different component. And going through and looking, knowing that the work done by that committee for the Washington State Social Emotional Learning was quite extensive and incorporated a variety of things. So as I appreciate the comments from Director Stewart, I do think that there are components of, there were issues with the way we had written this policy prior that actually had some biases built into it that were a little problematic as I read through it. I appreciate that these somewhat remove that. Perhaps there's jargon that can be addressed and worked through. I know when I read the social emotional learning benchmarks that were put forward, those, and I know that they were put into a policy language here, so I think there's just some smithing that can happen. But I see it's each one of those 6 is what's listed here, and your crosswalk at the end of this sort of lays out sort of how that crosswalk. So I'd like to be clear from my understanding, and so if you can clarify this, is these were not developed because of the Panorama survey. In reading this, you went to the Panorama to say, what could we utilize within this to help measure and provide an indicator? Is that fair?
Yeah, so first of all, I think in reading these, that we had 12 items, and the state benchmarks are 6, and so how they're aligned up or framed here is not intended any one-to-one sort of relationship, as that this item is being swapped out for this particular item. Is just laid them out in the order of the state benchmarks, and just took the first 6 and put it in that. So so that's one piece. And the design, as far as the indicators, essentially went to Panorama and said, all right, if the Washington State state benchmarks, we actually did this before we did the policies, if these are the benchmarks that we're going to use from a policy standpoint, how would we measure these, and what would be the items that we would use? And so that was the intent, was to start with the benchmarks, and then to say, what would be one way we could use perception data to help inform us about that.
Thanks. Just wanted to clarify that that was the approach. That was my take on it. I appreciate the changes I can see. I would agree that I think the title is different. I think how you define citizenship is different for everybody as to how that would be done. So perhaps structuring that title a little more, as Director LaLiberty had mentioned, that might be a piece in which to drive that a little stronger. I do believe these are life skills. I think that's clear. And And those life skills are a part of citizenship. So I can argue both sides of this coin pretty easily. But I do think that it is a slight shift, yes, because we knew there was a problem with what we had initially on this policy and what we were trying to do. I also think our next agenda item, when we talk about the profile of a graduate, is going to bleed into some of this as well as we go forward. So I appreciate the changes. There might be things missing that we might need to address, or some word changing that needs to happen to ensure we do capture those things. But for the most part, from a let's move forward and see what we can do with what we have, I think this works really well.
So, Mark, if you skip forward to page 17, Appendix B will help you. Just use the all caps. Yeah. But
I saw that, yeah.
Yeah. Mark's point about, what's the headline for each of these? The headline's not there yet for many of them, but at the same time, these do map reasonably well to the social emotional benchmarks. And while I take Mark's point that maybe we don't want the policy to look like it's mapped one-to-one to a survey, mapping to the social emotional learning is something that's taken me a long time to wrap my head around. Whether this was another of those things that we were asking people to re-slice our data, to analyze it and find something else in it that, when we first wrote this, exhibit a strong work ethic. Well, if a kid could succeed in our system without exhibiting a strong work ethic, there was something wrong with our system. I mean, fundamentally, it's not that I thought that I knew what Matt was going to propose. I just knew what we had was broken. Most of the things were immeasurable. They might be important, but to pretend that we could somehow extract them independently from the GPA on a student always drove me insane. And so I really do like these, but it's as a replacement. It's not a revision. This is a reboot completely of R3. If you look at it from that framework, it really works for me because it's getting at things that you can measure that aren't easily measured by the things we're already reporting out. They're important things, and so that's where Appendix B comes in, is that self-awareness. Now, yes, that's sort of a hippy-dippy concept, but when you read through it, it's like, okay, yeah, I get that. I get what this means from their self-awareness definitions. And so I'm very excited about this from the standpoint of actually making R3 mean something to me, rather than me feeling like I'm asking you and your team to find something in data that we've already looked at that means something more than what we've already looked at. And I never believed we were doing that. Now I feel like we can. The only structural component, you mentioned explicitly, and it's also in the writing here about discipline is no longer explicitly in there, but discipline so belongs in the safe choices section, because that's an objective measure of how well kids are doing at self-regulation. And kids can, if we had an entire population, if all of our kids were sociopaths, they would all report that they're very good at self-regulating. And yet that would not be true. But discipline would give us true answer that there's something that's wrong with our survey.
I wouldn't go with true. I would go with another data point.
Well, that's the whole thing. Well, okay. I would say that if all of our kids, anyway, if all of our kids are sociopaths, I don't think we're succeeding. Anyway, so I do like having external things where they can be used. I don't see a natural home for attendance in here. I don't think attendance is necessarily important to incorporate here. I think it's in OE10 you mentioned.
Actually, discipline is measured in one way in OE10. We may look at expanding that.
Yeah.
Because we were measuring it differently for
Yeah.
R3. Attendance is not measured.
Okay.
And so I would recommend that we come back to OE10 and say, how would we want to
Should it
measure?
go?
We
Yeah.
measure both in our SIPs, but for the board to be
Right.
able to independently monitor would be a good idea.
And so, great. The last thing I have on this, if you look at the structure of their state SEL benchmarks, the first three are about self, the last three are about social. And all of the proposed measurements are coming out of a survey. And if you look at the survey for the last three, there's a difference between how do I think I'm treating other people and how do other people feel I'm treating them. And I don't know that the survey has the mirror question. How often have I been biased versus how long have I been treated in a biased manner? And I think that would be incredibly valuable in evaluating these latter half of the social benchmarks. And I just looking through the questions, I didn't see questions that mirrored that way. And I don't know how much control we have over the questionnaire.
Chris, could you give me that again?
Yeah. So if you ask, so let's just go with social engagement. Demonstrates a sense of school and community responsibility. Oh, well, I feel a great sense of school and responsibility. But if you asked, what do the other students, do you feel that the rest of your school has a strong sense of school identity and community responsibility, and you answered, I don't see that, then that's a disconnect. If they're all individually reporting that, yes, I'm very responsible, and yet they're all saying, well, they're constantly turning over trash cans. The truth is somewhere in between here. And that's something that I think could be used to monitor if we have control over the questionnaire. So, but overall, I'm very excited about this, not because I think that it has corrected something that was wrong. It's rather, let's just replace something that wasn't useful with something that is useful. And I take your point. We do need to find a way to make this, just the language has to be clear to those who have not been steeped in the jargon of SEL.
Yeah.
You should be able to read this policy without knowing what SEL stands for. And that's going to take a little bit of work, but it's not impossible.
Agreed. You know, I had to, like, personal assets, I had to look up what that meant, and there are a number of things. The superintendent interpretation of each of these has actually much clearer, less jargony language. So we could incorporate that, some of that just into the policy itself rather than the superintendent language, you know, replacing some of the terms that may be used less commonly in general parlance. Shoot, I lost track of what I was going to say. Oh yeah, just to echo Director Carlson's point, the results 3, as we've had it before, has been, I don't want to use the term useless, but frustrating for everyone, right? And I do think this, when I look at this, I can see something, a report that will be meaningful for the board and will be meaningful for the system and is actually something that is useful. So I'm really excited about that. And I agree with Director Stewart that we can say, I think that each of these can be said a little bit clearer. But I'm able to, you know, after reading it a few times, I was basically able to understand each of them. So that should not be the goal. The goal should be somebody who reads it once and can understand it. But I know what we're monitoring here, and I'm comfortable going forward with this. I still am wrestling with the title. You know, is it life and social skills? I don't know. Because there is, when I look at this, there's like one part of it, in fact, it's divided in two almost. You know, it's like the personal attributes, and then, you know, more the interacting with others aspect of it. I don't know. I don't have anything, but it's not life skills and citizenship anymore. I don't think it's personal and social skills or something that sounds better.
When I looked at this initially, I saw that we were trying to reinterpret the last one. What I'm seeing is we're basically throwing out the last one, to be quite frank, because you couldn't find a vehicle to measure it. Now that's, to me, problematic. If you can't figure out a way to measure it, then we have to find, there's got to be measurements out there for these sort of things. We don't just look internally. There are aspects of there that, regardless of how many times you reinterpret it in that back section of this report, it's not apples to apples, folks. And there is a segment of our community that has a real problem with us lapsing from academia to SEL. And we've had a number of negative comments about SEL. Now, where that falls in the spectrum of our community and their points of view, shall we say, doesn't really matter. It's the idea that I think if you're going after citizenship, if you're going after, or are you going after social skills, tell me that. Don't tell me one replaces the other, because it doesn't. Basically, R3 gives me a new thing that says, okay, now to R4, R4 should then go on to the citizenship part. And then how do we measure that? Surely there's got to be a way. But one doesn't replace the other. It just, well, it replaces it and throws the other one out into the garbage can. And I think those aspects that we've just tossed away, we need to find out a way to measure them because they're important. Just because it's difficult doesn't mean you give up. I mean, there was one question on the survey of do you give up easily? And I know that you got to be frustrated as hell trying to bang your head against the wall trying to find a vehicle. But Lord have mercy. Again, it's a total replacement. It's a totally different topic, I should say. That's it. It's a totally different topic. You change topic because one didn't fit. And fine, if we want to measure this, that's great. We'll measure it. But we won't be measuring what we originally were looking at, I don't think.
If I can respond, I think what I posit to the board is with R3 is what change are you wanting to affect with our students? And so I think the interest with R3, whether it's currently or however you want to modify it, is what are you wanting to communicate to the rest of the organization about the change in terms of the values of the board? So, and trying to, part of our work in trying to do is also then like, how do we align from policy all the way down into the classroom level of what that looks like? So, so there's kind of multiple kind of conversations around what is it the board being clear on what its values and holding up to the organization to say this is what's important for us to focus on for our graduates, and doing so in a way that's clear enough then that we can then drive that as change. And certainly, yeah, sometimes I agree with Dr. Stewart. Like our ability to monitor and pull that out is important, because then we actually know what changes we're affecting. And so I think what I've observed in being in this role is that R3 as it's currently written does not provide that clarity. And so if whether it's on a focus on kind of the social emotional skills or whether it's on something else, is not only do we struggle to monitor it well with the right type of measurements, but it's also, is it structured in such a way that it provides the clarity to the organization that we can really actually drive the change. So I think that as we're looking at this and having that debate, that would be kind of those two things. Does this provide clarity to the organization about what it is that you're hoping that students get in such a way that also, that we can work with our directors and our principals and our teachers, and they know how this translates into kind of something that's cohesive for them. So.
Closer. So a few things. One, I do agree that this has changed from life skills and citizenship more to life skills, though I think there's overlap in some of those skills, but not a one-to-one. And I think that both of those are as important as ever to teach. Now, what exactly that content is, I think there's room for disagreement. But if you look at our political climate or even our experience in this room, the idea of respectfully disagreeing as opposed to threatening people, right? That's a life skill and it's a citizenship skill, and I think we would want our kids to leave with that skill. So everything I see, with a few exceptions in here, is very actionable, and it actually leads to like SEL curriculum. So for example, staying focused. I don't think people in here would argue that staying focused is a great skill to have, right? And if we have a lesson that we can use to teach that, that's going to serve our students not only in school but out of school. So there are some really valuable skills here that I think are really important. And I'll share one I think I have a question about. Going to citizenship, though, I think there probably is a whole other strand of citizenship. So one, yeah, I can respectfully disagree, I can stay focused, but voting is a responsibility of citizenship. Personal responsibility and how my actions affect the actions of others is a responsibility of citizenship, right? And we're missing that in our society in a lot of ways. And one of the roles of public education has been to teach those skills so we can live in a society like this. So I agree, citizenship is something we need to attend to, and maybe it's not fully vetted in this part. But for the most part, the skills in here are absolutely important, will serve our kids. And I love that we're maybe even teasing them out, because then it actually allows you to focus much more and actually leads to actions that schools can take. So the majority of these I read, I go, wow, I could see how a school could incorporate something that would actually change that measure for the better, lead to a better outcome for kids, which is something R3 has never done. So I was, like Chris said, I was so excited when I read this. The one little caveat I'd throw in the mix, though, is given that we're doing a better job of being much more focused, the things we're focusing on have to be absolutely right. There's no more room to say, well, this one's a little funky and this one's okay. And the one I'll use as an example, and this isn't a ding on the work of the SEL group, is that whole idea of mindset has been through the ringer in terms of how people are perceiving it. And I think when probably these were written, it was very popular, but there have been a lot of studies that have been kind of questioning whether or not that's something that can be taught, or even if it can, do we have the resources to teach it well? And so, for example, we had in our schools a few years back, we were putting up posters like, believe in yourself and go out there and work hard. We didn't see really changes in kids. Another one, I do agree, persistence is important, but sometimes it's okay to give up, and it's the right thing to do to give up because you're doing something that isn't leading you down the path. And so there was a lot of critique around the idea of mindset. And so my recommendation would be just to confirm that each of these indicators really is something that we know leads to an action that could contribute to a positive change in kids, and those are the values that you have as a board. But that being said, I mean, if you look at the majority of these are really the skills we want our kids to have. And we can point to action schools can take, and we can line it up, as Matt was saying, with our system. So my recommendation would be just to zero in, make sure those are the right indicators, and then I think the citizenship is still one to be maybe a part of the conversation about the profile of a graduate and where that might fit in. Or are there maybe a few other small pieces that need to be put in that really relate more to civics and civic virtues?
Well, to what Mike said, following up, basically says that we've come up with an R3, we've come up with a new R3, and are there aspects of the old one that need to still be looked at? And, maybe once you accomplish R3, then it's possible to help the student to get to an R4, become a good citizen, become a voter, become involved in your community, whatever. So it provides a foundation for the other, but it doesn't replace the other. And that's, when I was looking at it, I was seeing that as, gee, this is supposed to be making this clearer. Well, it didn't me, it was different. Wasn't any clearer, actually a little bit more fuzzy. But again, that's jargon. So if we're looking to accomplish something else, that's fine. But it's not accomplishing what the original was. We're just reinterpreting what we want to find.
I'll play traffic cop here. We'll go with Dr. Holman, then Leah, Siri, Chris.
I'll hold for now, Leah.
I was going to say that I think life skills is a very accurate representation of what is being measured by this. I agree with everything Mike just said, that maybe the citizenship piece might need a little bit more. But when I look at this, when I look at a student learning emotional, behavioral skills, expressing themselves, managing their emotions, setting goals, establishing relationships, those are all life skills. I don't know what other bucket you would put that under. So I actually don't really have an issue with the title for R3. And then I was confused about what we were going to do next. Are we going to go through each point, or are we talking about kind of everything now? Because I have some other indicators and targets, comments. Should I save those, or?
I believe the goal was to see, is this the right policy? Because if the board said this is the wrong policy, then going through the indicators and interpretation wouldn't be beneficial.
Okay, so I'll hold.
maybe later.
So thank you, Mike. I appreciated the way you sort of put that forward. And with that, I would say, I would agree these are life skills, whether you call them life skills, social skills, and they are life skills that support academic success and that we are looking for educational component behind it. So I think that's the piece to be thinking about as well. Not only it's personal success as well as the academic success. And so I do think that that's another criteria to be playing out there to think through as we do these. The growth mindset, I think that is an interesting piece to play through that and play that out. So the only other question that I had, and so we're talking about jargon, in the SEL, they actually have the two words, right? The title, and then they give a description of what it was. I don't know if we thought about the title component being a piece that we utilize, and I know you chose to rewrite that instead, but that was just a piece, because the title itself as jargon doesn't say a lot either, so I get that. But just thinking through that, but I do think life skills, that's what these are.
And so, yeah, there's a couple of pieces that I think we should tear apart and put in their own conversations. The first is citizenship something that we want to be its own beast? And what is citizenship? The interesting thing for me about this is that, Mark, you have a very good point. I'm entirely thrilled about throwing out the bathwater, but there's some baby in here. And that's something that's an important consideration. And I actually, I mean, if you'll bear with me, the old 3.1, question and think critically and creatively, that's covered by R1. The old 3.2, solve problems effectively, covered. The old 3.3, make connections, covered. The old 3.4, offer ideas and make contributions. We're telling kids how they're supposed to participate in class. Are we or are we not providing differentiated instruction? So I've never liked 3.4 at all. 3.5, work well with others, same argument. So we get to 3.6 before we get to anything that I'm really worried about throwing out. And respect and value others, 3.6 is a natural home under the new 3.4. The old 3.7, exhibit civic responsibility. That's the one that this is citizenship. What does that mean? And is it or is it not covered by the new 3.6? Does civic responsibility fall under consider others and show a desire to contribute to the well-being of school and community? I think it's there. So the old 3.8, maintaining local and global perspective, same argument. Old 3.9, exhibit a strong work ethic. That falls under personal responsibility. The old 3.10, take personal responsibility, oh, sorry, just did that. 11, demonstrate resiliency, and 12, maintain balance. Both of those are personal things. Those are under the new 3.1 and 3.2. Honestly, the only thing I think there's a debate about whether it's actually falling under the new rubric is where is civic responsibility and or something we're actually going to call citizenship, and do we want to call citizenship out as its own thing? That's my perspective on, there is a piece of baby there that I really think we need to debate. But in the broader picture, I'm quite comfortable with tossing the old structure because it was hard to measure, didn't tell us much, and 90% of it is already covered by something else or is covered by the new proposed R3. So I'm very comfortable with the new structure, even though we have a whole lot of wordsmithing to do. And so now I would actually, John, you want to tell us about what you think about citizenship?
So I'm just trying to go into some detail that we can pull in. So the first 5 standards of the Washington State Social Emotional benchmarks are consistent with the national social emotional standards, which are developed by CASEL. The 6th one that was added, which is social engagement, when we break that down, there are, under that, there are 6, or there's 3 kind of benchmarks, and they actually further break that down. And so I'm just going to go through those because they're not called out in a policy, but they may be things that either address this question around citizenship or not. But I believe the reason the state added a 6th benchmark, 6th standard, was to address this concept of citizenship and to provide schools with a holistic framework that went at this. So those are demonstrates a sense of school and community responsibility, demonstrates the ability to work with others, set, monitor, adapt, achieve, and evaluate goals, and then contributes productively to one's school, workplace, and community. They further, and they've got in an appendice, they go down and kind of break, well, what does that look like? Because they look at, and the terms they use are such that that these would be ones that you can look at an early elementary school. So a student, as the concept of within a community might be just your kindergarten classroom, right? Like that's the size of your world, right? Or your table mates. Whereas, a high school student, right, we're at that stage where we're really trying to ensure that our students have a more, kind of expansive view of community. So, so like here for high schools, here are some of under the contributes productively to one's school, workplace, and community that the state has identified kind of what would be some of the indicators to look for. So I can analyze, promote, and advocate for civic and democratic responsibilities for promoting a healthy and clean environment. I can use analysis and critical thinking skills to understand the broad impact and potential consequences of safe and risky online behaviors. So it may be, and I'm not prepared right now to kind of like to take the board kind of completely through that particular standard to fully evaluate citizenship, but that could be of an interest or something that's worth exploring to say, does that satisfy the board's interest in maintaining an emphasis on citizenship? And do we frame it in such a way that in the policy that's both clear and actionable to the organization, or does it need to be called out in a different way, such that that maintains the board's interest? So I just want to call that out, that I believe the state, the committee that's been working on this, that was their intent, because it was something they intentionally added, because the first 5 are really the social emotional standards. The 6th one was an additive.
When I think about citizenship, there's part of me that just, feels very strongly about, I like the concept of citizenship, which anytime I feel something that strongly, I force myself to pause, because that usually is the wrong answer to the question. And I say that because my sense of citizenship is very Eurocentric in terms of citizenship. And I think our charge that we have publicly stated is to develop students to be future ready for a global society. Like, that's what we're preparing students for. And so citizenship in terms of, yes, through our civics courses, we talk about the policies and practices and, everything it means to live in a democratic society. But for me, when I think about citizenship, to be honest with you, I read these and I believe this is what we want citizens to act such. And so I'm struggling with how citizenship isn't represented in currently what I'm reading, because I want, hopefully, to prepare our students. And someone mentioned the number of languages spoken in the district. I think it's 120 plus, and that represents how global our school district is. So when we think about preparing our students to possibly live and interact as a citizen, whether that's here locally or from all across the globe, I think these aspects of a person are universally applicable. And to me, that's the development of citizenship, is developing kind of the human side of what that is, knowing that our civics coursework is much more targeted around the democratic process and things like that. So that's just, I don't have, it's ... It's not a conclusion, but that's just as I think about and try and grapple with my own upbringing and, orientation to citizenship. And knowing that we also have a very global community that attends school here in Lake Washington, and this may not be their community forever. They may go places where, what does it mean to operate and interact with your government in terms of citizenship is very different. So it's not a complete thought, it's just something I'm grappling with.
Oh, actually, I'm going to talk, if that's okay. I was thinking about what do I think. I guess what I've been wrestling with is how do I define. Like we talked about the importance of citizenship. What is that? What is that definition we all have, and what is that value? And I mean, I guess for me, when I think about it, it's that our students graduate from our system with the skills to contribute. With the skills to be able to contribute to the community they live in. Well, one of the bullet points under what I find, I'm glad that Matt directed us to, is one of the bullet points under the social engagement is contributes productively to one's school, workplace, and community. I mean, that is what I think. I mean, at least for me, that when I think of citizenship, that is what I think of, and it's the challenge. I guess now that I'm glad we've had this conversation, the challenges I've had through this is it's honestly it's phrased differently than I have historically phrased it, or maybe even a little bit different than I thought about it. But the real heart of the value is captured there, and then what I do want, what I want my own children to graduate with are these skills. So I guess it's funny because I started this conversation by saying this policy doesn't, the title's all wrong. It doesn't talk about citizenship. I'd like to say, full circle. That guy who said that about 20 minutes ago is wrong.
He left.
I do actually think it does. I do actually think that what we are measuring here does encompass citizenship. So there you go.
You'd think that'd go away without a computer screen, but what the hell? What Matt and John just articulated, okay, we probably should have articulated it up front, and maybe when we put our policy out there, we should say that. Because if what you're saying is that the more jargonesque, if you will, approach to this enables a student to X, Y, and Z, then I see it. But to just replace it with the jargon, it doesn't zero in to the parent, to the student, as to what in the world are you talking about? But if you then say, which enables a student to X, Y, and Z, among other things, and you can leave it more just like that to say that highlight of this or included in this are X, Y, and Z. And that way it brings it back to reality. It takes it out of the tower. And that's my concern. I don't want something that the kid, if I'm an 11th grader or if I'm a 5th grader and I look at this, I can understand what's expected of me or why they're doing it to me. I mean, that's one of the things that a student looks at is, well, what does it have to do with me and why are they forcing this down my throat? Why are they trying to instill this in me? Is this something that it fit in a theory, or is it really going to help me down the road be a better person? So perhaps that's where I'm looking at now. And had I had the preamble that y'all gave just now, I think I could have been on board with this. It's just a matter of being able to say what you mean. And, it's, as I say, every newspaper is written to a 6th grade level. Put our policy to a 6th grade level, folks, or at least give it in the interpretation into it, because otherwise you're going to lose everyone.
I think the benchmarks Matt referred to and that's referred to in the appendix do address citizenship. I think when I was looking at the indicator we're referring to, though, understands the perspective of your teacher, that was concerning to me because that doesn't encapsulate all the things, the richness of those benchmarks. And I think those are probably closer to what you described, John. So I guess my recommendation would just be to adjust a little bit what we're actually going to measure and look at when we're measuring that sixth standard or 3.6. I'd also say I think those are probably closer to what we would all agree to. I was thinking, the idea of teaching citizenship, I was remembering back to like an 8th grade lesson about patriotism, and it was essentially like an unquestioning obedience to authority in government. And that's the way it was taught. And it served a purpose of sorts. I don't think it was the right purpose, but as I was sharing earlier, I do think we have a responsibility to teach skills that allow us to live together, and part of that is living together in a democratic society, and I think those standards do address that. So I'd be very hesitant not to address citizenship, and I agree that there's variation in how people perceive and understand citizenship, but those standards that I heard I think have been pretty well vetted and do probably address the values of the board. And so then it is like, then are you pulling life skills and citizenship back together, or are you separating out that 6th standard? I think I agree that you should probably incorporate it and call it out. And I think the standards, if they're explicit and we're measuring them, would be really appropriate.
When you walk past the AP textbooks and you get to the civics portion, I think 2 out of 3 use the word citizenship. And so, we need to look at, if we're going to try and help kids define what citizenship should be, or we're going to say that we're teaching, especially in the AP level, what citizenship is or should be, then we need to make it understandable to them and go from there. Whether it's a citizen of Redmond, whether it's a citizen of Washington, whether it's a citizen of the United States or the world. Now, what you take of the lesson you learn here and how you adapt it to the system you end up living in, those skills will apply. If I have to move to Bumblestick, Iowa, or if I have to move to outer Slovenia, how will I take those skills that I learned and apply it to this society that I'm going to live in to be successful? It doesn't have to be Eurocentric. It's the idea that you've now taken these skills, so, okay, how do I live in that world? The same way that the immigrants who come here who have been in a more restrictive government relationship, and we've had parents like this, that they've been taught not to question authority, or not to even ask questions of authority because it looks like you're questioning the authority, to then adapt to this world in the United States that asks you to ask questions and encourages you to ask questions. So I think that's where I think that's where it comes down to.
Oh, sorry.
I think it goes Siri, Chris, Leah. John?
Flip a coin.
If only we could write our little names on a board.
Eeny, meeny, miny.
I'm going to go. In just thinking about that and sort of that preamble piece, when we did OE 14, was write the board statement at the beginning of that, the preamble, sort of, here's why we put that forward. I was just looking to confirm. There is no reason we shouldn't be doing that on our results either. And we should have a preamble as to why we are going forward with this and what we, just, 4 sentences that drive it, even more than what's already there. Really do it from a board statement of why this result matters. And I think that can address that piece of citizenship being your engagement with the world and community, that is important, and being able to build that piece. So that would be something I would propose that we actually do to all our results and operational expectations to write that board belief statement for it.
So, an interesting, I think I've got your headliners, Mark. And, if you, accordingly, graduates from Lake Washington will be able to, and you can have the SEL language, but number 1 distills to inventory their own skills honestly. Number 2 distills to exercise self-control. Number 3 is set goals and make plans. Those are the internal self skills for SEL. Number 4 is respect others. Number 5 is basically do no harm, which to me is a variation on respect others. And number 6 is contribute to their community. And I think that sort of headliners you don't need to speak SEL to understand where we're going with that. But don't throw away the careful, precise language. It's just, these are headlines for each of the pieces.
Well, it's easily understandable language as
Yeah.
opposed to having the deeper,
Right.
I have to go to the dictionary for every other word.
So anyway, it's a first stab at providing something that's easily interpreted that people can say, I know what that meant. Anyway,
Cautiously, but that interpretation can vary so dramatically from individual to individual on that short of statement with such a general piece. So that is a piece of the challenge.
yeah. And that's why I don't want to leave it at the short thing. You say the short thing, and then you make sure that if they're still wondering what it means, they read the next sentence, and they get what you meant by the short version. Anyway,
I do wonder if we're aligning to the Washington State SEL standards. What about referencing those
Yes.
as where this is coming from? So there's a direct reference to where it goes.
Having that preamble then sets the stage for, one, where it comes from, but two, gives that headline, as Chris was calling it, as opposed to just the direct statement. And then you can lead into all the aspects that go into it. It's just a matter of being able to roadmap it for the person who's reading, and they say, okay, I understand what you're going to say here and how it's going to affect here, and then it'll end up here in the minutia that I may or may not have a recollection for. But it at least will build by doing a building block assembly line, if you will, it will give the person. I think I know what they're saying here. It just helps folks and doesn't frustrate the hell out of them.
I think Leia's up next, and then John.
Oh, I was just gonna propose changing it to life and global citizenship skills. I think clarifying global citizenship would get rid of a lot of the confusion. Oh, sorry, Mark. I was proposing life and global citizenship skills as a title.
You know that moment where someone just steals your thunder? I concur with Director Choi's comment.
I mean, yes, I think it's a good title. It's consistent with our mission vision too,
Well,
and consistent with what we're looking for in the policy. So I think it's a good idea. I
this is life
recommend
and
we
social
cover-
skills, basically.
What's that?
It's 5 skills and social skills when you come down to it, as opposed to global citizen. I mean, that gets again to how in the world are we defining that? And I don't think without specifically spelling it out how you get from A to B to C, the other person is going to say, huh? And that's why if you talk about this being a social skill and a life skill, people can say, okay, these are the building blocks to how to be a better person and be a better part of society, whether it's a global society, if it's a local society, what have you.
and along those lines, my suggestion would be just life skills and social skills. Move citizenship inside of one of these, down lower, rather than emphasizing it in the title. And the reason I'm suggesting that is that citizenship is something that becomes loaded in terms of, are you a citizen, are you not, are you a citizen, which pieces of society are you a citizen of, but the social skills really do extrapolate to whatever layer of society you're participating in. That's citizenship to me.
It hits a spark of controversy
Yeah.
or division between
I'm hoping to
people.
get past that, to finesse it.
Yeah.
It's definition of citizenship.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, if your citizenship is, I'm an active member of my community, I'm involved, then these already cover that. These are the definition of citizenship.
Right.
So why not have it in the title?
But if citizenship is whether or not you have a green card,
How do we want to define it?
I'm actually just putting it out there that it is if you're reading it in the title of a newspaper article, citizenship is usually not about participation in your Boy Scout troop. And so it's very likely that people will assume that we're going towards something about nationality rather than participation in society
But
if we
that's
lead
why-
with citizenship.
That's why the proposal of a global citizenship in the title kind of gets rid of the nuance of, are we talking about a U.S. citizen, are we talking about
specific country.
And that's, I'm not sure that that bypasses the political landmines.
I have no concerns about
Okay.
the political land.
Well, in that case.
But that's how I feel.
Yeah.
I like the title.
Okay.
If we're not voting on it, but I'm nodding my head about it.
In an old Senate hearing, whether they were investigating crime in America and so forth and what's wrong with society, they asked this one crime lord, what have you ever done to be a good citizen in this country? I pay my taxes. And that was how he defined it. And so it comes down to, and he could justify all these other illicit actions, because I pay my taxes.
But as long as we carefully define citizenship, then I can work with it being in the title, but it needs to have the definition close to that title, rather than being something you encounter later on if you take the time to read all of it. So, anyway, I don't have anything more to say on this. I enjoyed it.
I believe what I'm hearing is some level of consensus that these are in the realm of the correct policy statements. And if that's accurate, then I believe we should move on to the interpretation and indicator parts to provide feedback around those as well,
Yeah.
so that the next time you see us on this topic, we have an updated version of the entire policy interpretation and indicators.
I think that's right. Everyone okay with that? Great. So we'll start with 3.1. New 3.1.
You want a break in between?
No, we're going to break in about half an hour. 45 minutes.
Feel it.
All right, yeah, let's do that. We'll take, all right, fine. Okay, fine. Well, all right, so it's 2:39.
lost me.
We'll break until 2:45 and start right at 2:45. We're ready to get started. There we are. All right, great. So we'll resume a discussion of R3, going through the indicators for each of the policies, starting with 3.1. Let's see here. Pull this up.
I think just to preface this again is that when we talked in December with the indicators, that there was an interest and opportunity to moving away from necessarily having to try to monitor for every individual student, and some of that kind of was leading us to picking some indicators that weren't really as aligned, and so proposing starting with perception survey data, but then continuing to look at and explore other options, which could be observational data, kind of if you think about doing some dipsticking, so to speak, to go in and to be able to cross-reference the opportunity for the board to engage directly with students, could be with whether it's a student advisory council, other focus groups of students, to check essentially the interpretation of data. So these are not necessarily presented as the end-all be-all, just as a starting point. All of these items, I believe all these items we have queued up in the spring survey, which would allow us to monitor immediately. That work had to, essentially, that work order had to be put in, so I directed the team that does that to go ahead and just put them in. And so if we make changes, that's fine. We'll just ask questions. That won't be, but these would all be data that we would have available to us this year, rather than having to essentially be another cycle out. Do we just want to go around the horn again? Okay.
I'm sorry. Leia, you want to go first?
Yeah, I just had some general thoughts and concerns that I would like to share. Again, I think that the voluntary nature of the survey is slightly problematic. And I don't know if we've ever
discussed whether or not the demographics of the voluntary participants match kind of the demographics of the overall student population, and what, if not, what the discrepancy might be. That might alleviate some of my concerns if they were like very similar, let's say. But I still think that it is problematic that it is voluntary opt-in, and it's the only measure that we have so far outlined. And then, in general, I had a question of, is self-assessment the only method to really measure SEL? And I don't know the answer to that. Is that something that we partner with, I don't know, YES or Evergreen, and ask for kind of what are the standards for measuring SEL? And can it really only be self-reported or self-assessed?
Okay, I can respond to a couple of those. I completely agree with you on the participation rates. And what's one of the reasons I wanted to call that out. Earlier today, when you raised kind of that similar concern, I went in to see, do a data extract to see how that data comes out. In the Panorama platform, it's not disaggregated, but we are able to do an extract that appears to be, to associate with, tells us per student, if the student's a true or false, did the student complete or not, which without having our esteemed colleague Tim Krieger here, I believe would allow us to be able to then disaggregate and to not only look at participation rates by school, but also to say, to what extent is this survey data representative of our student population? And there's still going to be some of those caveats, such as students who are learning English. The survey's currently only available translated in Spanish. So totally appreciate that, and I think there's some things that we'd want to pull in appendices that would help us at least understand to the extent that the extent to which we take things with a grain of salt or not. As far as measuring social emotional learning in other ways, there certainly are ways we could cross reference. One of which is we could also survey our educators and to see to what extent does this align. We could also survey our parents, and so that we could be able to kind of triangulate. Do our students, our parents, and or parents or guardians, and our educators, what are their perceptions around student skills? Beyond survey data, we certainly could use observational data. That gets a little bit more challenging because, and we get this to a certain extent with some of our, grades, right? Is like you think that we had recently we had a presenter on grading and had shared some information around, they had done studies just in terms of with the math, with math problems, and you'd think that would be, everybody would essentially grade it the same way. And that they found is that there was as wildly divergent perspectives of grading on math problems as there was across the country as when you took something like an essay. And so what my recommendation would be is one of the reasons to take some time with that would be is that we would, that give us an opportunity to partner, probably would look at partnering with maybe like the University of Washington Smart Center, or some other groups that either locally or nationally that have been working specifically around social emotional learning, to say what would be the tools that we would use, some observational data. We may not be able to capture that like across the entire school district for every grade for every student, but we'd be able to go in and say, kind of in a, we take a sampling, we could go in and essentially do an audit. To what extent do we observe certain behaviors and what would we anticipate? So I think there's totally opportunities for us to do that, and but to do that well, I would recommend that we just take a little space to develop those partnerships and explore that.
Thank you. And then I did have one other thought, and that was, I understand the work that it would take to track like individual students year over year. I totally get that, and that it's not ideal in any way. But arguably, it's kind of the most important measure for success in something like this, whether or not your social skills are getting better year over year, right? And so when we talk about 4-year trends or percent improvements as a whole, that can really mask what's actually happening, right? Because if you had students that didn't participate last year and participated this year and, you know, are scoring above the national norm, but they didn't even participate in past years in the survey, like you'll see a percent improvement. And the perception then is that we are doing better potentially, and the converse as well. Whereas that isn't, that wouldn't actually be reflective of whether or not we're providing success for our students. So that I don't want to say that we have to track every single student every year over year for their entire careers. That's not what I'm trying to say, but I feel like that is it's a flaw in the data.
So I just want to, so what I think that you're saying is that if we're looking at 4-year trend data, what we'd want to do is we would only want to, for that purpose, to look at students who have participated all 4 years, such that we were really seeing from a longitudinal standpoint, are students that shared that information with us for 4 years, do they report growth in those areas, and while kind of from an individual standpoint for this year, we might have kids that participated this year that didn't participate, and so we want to differentiate that data.
Yes, I mean, ideally, if we're just talking about data, not talking about the workload associated with the data, ideally you would want to know whether or not each individual student improved. So then if you're looking at a trend, you would want to say what percent of students improved over their own score the previous years, right? Not this group of students and overall they improved, because individually that story could be very different. Or you could have only the top 20% who are feeling great about their social emotional well-being feeling even better, and then the bottom 20 are staying the same, but overall the picture's going to look like everyone's feeling better. So if that makes sense.
Yeah, that does. And that introduces a different dimension, so that I can have a good conversation with our colleagues in the data team to think about how would we represent that, how would we track that. So thank you.
I had an initial question. Okay, I just have a clarifying question, and then I have a thought. On the indicators under, so for example, growth mindset, and then it says the indicators, percentage of students reporting positively, et cetera, et cetera. And then when I go down to Appendix A, where there's the survey questions, do I have it right that the idea is those survey questions roll up into a percentage? Is that?
Yeah, so those, for that particular measure, looks like there are 6 questions that would then be presented in a universal percentage. So, and what's considered favorable results would be if students answered favorably in those 2 areas. And again, moving in this direction, what we would look to replicate their business rules in our own data system. That would allow us to dive into that a little bit more, but generally, yes, you'd get a 68% of students responded favorably overall in this category. And I believe the business rules are such that it essentially is an average of those 6 areas, because you get that for each item, and then
That makes sense.
yeah.
Okay, then more specifically on these indicators for 3.1, to me, the indicator is really looking at just one aspect of what we're saying is in 3.1, and that's whether I believe I can grow. which is different than being able to, well, I think it's, I'd be curious to hear what people think, but I think that's different than just being able to identify what my emotions are. And that's not measured in these, to me, that's not, I don't believe that's measured in these indicators. Do we have, do we have survey questions where students are asked, I believe I know when I'm happy, I know when I'm sad, I know when I'm frustrated, those sort of things?
We do, I'm trying to remember what because we actually are currently asking some of those questions right now. I don't know they're framed exactly that way. And one of the challenges too is that thinking about the administration, that we're for students, so with the 3rd through 5th graders, not wanting them to take 2-hour surveys,
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
also having to think about the kind of the instructional time. So that's not to want to downplay that, but also as of that little tension of believe right now surveying in all of these times is currently makes it their Panorama anticipated that it's a 30 to 45 minute session when you think about providing the instruction to how to take it
For all
for
of what's
all
not-
for
okay.
all of these. So we can look at that, but
I don't really want to go any further than
Yeah.
that, right? I wonder if we're going to, well, let me ask you, was the selection of the growth focus one intentional because you thought it would capture, was the closest to capturing all of these in one? Or no?
So this is part of where I took the draft, where we were going with, and saying, and literally asking Panorama and saying, I want you to look at your instruments and what items do you have that map against that. For some areas, and I'd have to go back and pull out the worksheet. They'd identified multiple kind of survey instruments, but somebody had made the comment earlier. I think Chris, it was you that that there's this other reflection of what's your perception of how you are treated in this space, and those are areas that we actually, some of which we'd survey and are planning to use in OE10. And so there are some other items I have to go back and pull and say, well, did we just not include them here because we were mapping them in another area, or not? And I can't remember specifically for 3.1.
I just pulled up the Panorama report that we just received, and one of the things that's indicated in there under the areas of growth was just, that's actually irrelevant why it's under area of growth, but there's identification of positive feelings within there. And so I think there's probably data around each of the elements of the policy, around emotions, personal assets. We've identified growth, and then potential external resources and supports. Because there's questions around, do I have an adult that supports me at school? Do I have an adult outside of school that supports? So those questions are asked and were reported on from the fall reporting. So my guess is it's there and already being asked.
Yeah, and honestly, it'll be the question of, because for that specific one, I'd said, we're going to sunset it to try to keep the survey.
Oh, there you go.
So so
Okay.
that's,
I cede my time.
but it really gets to it, and that's why going through this and trying to unpack and say, okay, so are we getting everything? And it's getting to what's the right balance of that? Because we don't have to, because we may look at, then we need to think about doing different items over the course of a year. And some of this is going to drive, this is when we talk about how does this policy drive our changes, right? We spend a lot of time assessing students' academic performance, right? And there's, a lot of conversation around what's the right amount of time for that. You know, so that also, you know, historically, we've used the survey as a way of informing kind of informal responses to students' needs and our counseling program. That's where it grew out of. So, so I'm sensitive to like how much we put in, and at the same time, if that's the right way in which we need to monitor, because that's actually going to drive change, then we just will have to build out a plan and say and it's worth us investing instructional time for that. So it's not that we can or we shouldn't. It's just it just recognizes there's an investment to that with our students, and so.
Okay, so I'll say explicitly what I've been sort of dancing around in my head is I don't think we're prioritizing the right part of this policy and what we're trying to measure. At least for me. I mean, for me, the priority is, I think about this as a parent too. Like I want my children to be able to identify when they're feeling depressed or frustrated and know how to be able to access resources. And that's captured in the policy, but that's not captured in the indicator. And to me, that's my view of what the priority should be, more than believing that I can. That's what I was kind of wondering, is does that concept of believing that I can change my current circumstance, does that actually capture some of these other parts of it too? Maybe it does. I don't know enough about the theory behind it to know, but it seems different than me.
Funny you say that, because first of all, I'm sad that this is the first one to talk about, because I have kind of the same response to this indicator, because I think the rest are all very actionable. So for example, and this kind of addresses that individualization as well, if we start aligning this to the practices in our schools, then we should see changes in these. So for example, if we're monitoring behaviors as part of our MTSS, which we shared information about the other day, we can very clearly say one of the things we want is for our students to come to class prepared, and then a school data team can look and say how many of our students are coming to class prepared, and these 3 aren't. What's our plan for them? And let's start working on that. That'll be reflected in the larger data, but it's very actionable and it's very behavior driven. My worry about this one is it's a belief system. I believe I have control over these things. I believe I have this, and that is really hard one to teach. How do you teach people to change their beliefs? It may be a valuable goal, but I question that. 2, how do you measure it? Because a kid can just say, I believe it, but maybe they don't, or maybe they do. There's a lot of, particularly with mindset, there's a lot of correlational study, but there's not a lot of causative. And that's been the challenge in trying to teach a change in belief. So I was reading these studies about all these schools they went into and actually used a very formalized mindset curriculum, changed nothing, right? And so I just worry about this one because it's belief driven. And I think, like you're saying, Eric, there's some factors in there that could be more behavioral driven, like even the idea of I can recognize when I'm angry, I'm gonna take a deep breath. I'm gonna write down I'm angry, I'm gonna take a deep breath, I'm gonna pause. Like those are all things I can teach, and those are responsible ways to address being angry. But if you ask me, well, do you believe you have control over your anger? I could say yes or no, and that doesn't really. So to me, this indicator, this is the one that I think that needs work because it's really hard to teach. It's really hard to measure, and I don't know if it measures what we want to measure. Whereas all the others, I could draw a very clear line through to curriculum and data tools and things we could do to make students' lives better. But the mindset one, and maybe this is my bias, I've struggled with mindset over the years because it was really great on the TED Talk. But as I've been reading about it, I've seen a lot of concerns related to it. And I think there's probably some correlation there. Some of it may be causative, but I think it's probably too soon. So I just worry that we put this in policy, we create these systems, and we're spending a lot of time doing something that may not help kids. Whereas like teaching kids to manage their behaviors or come to class prepared or to focus are all teachable skills. So I guess my recommendation would be to look at the indicators and some of the data in the survey. And I think you were alluding to some, Matt, and maybe that some that could be swapped around.
Yeah, and actually, so I just was going through and pulling it up, and so I think looking at it and hearing this conversation, which is what makes this really valuable, is there's a data set around emotion regulation, and that may be more appropriate for that. And we have asked that. and it gets more actionable. So questions are, get more around like when everybody gets around you, or how often are you able to control your emotions, or when you get upset, how often can you help yourself relax, which actually aligns well with a lot of our social emotional work, particularly at the elementary level, which is, kind of gets at that identification and regulation. So I kind of made a note of that to dig back into that.
Oh, I just have a sort of a general piece, and it kind of falls into what happened with 3.1 is, as we have the policy written, and often they have multiple parts, like that one has multiple parts to it, oftentimes the indicators don't address all those parts. And I think it's done for different reasons. So there's a few I would, ideally we start to think about, well, then do we need to change the policy so that it's clear and we need to make it more targeted to what it should be? Do we need to expand the indicators to truly address each one of those parts? And I saw this in other ones, so I'm just going to kind of put it out as a general, because I also saw it in OB 14, right? That was the safe and welcoming piece. We see it in other policies. So just sort of as we think through those, if there are things in the policy that we're not going to address with evidence or indicator, then be clear and explicit as to why and what action should be taken in which to resolve it. Either change the policy, target it better, or add something different. So that's sort of the piece I would put out, as opposed to then it's like we get to pick and choose from the policy what we want to monitor, as opposed to saying, no, this is the priority of this policy we're going to tackle because we believe it covers the other pieces, similar to what you were saying. But that's it, just sort of general throughout them.
So I've got a nerdy one for you, but across all of these, the indicators are a 4-year trend. And I actually shot John an email. I don't know if you can check it from that, with an Excel spreadsheet attached, where if he could pull up the graph. The challenge with making a trend line off of 4 data points, it's exquisitely sensitive to the first and the last data point. Is this year's higher than 4 years ago? The ones in the middle really just determine how the intercept of the line. The slope is going to be those 2 data points. And the net result is I'm not happy with it. But I don't know what to replace it with either, which is very frustrating. And it's something that if we're going to talk about trend lines, I really do believe it is important to show the trend line rather than just to take the slope of it and put it into, show us the data, don't try to summarize it using something that can be all wonky. I mean, if you just flip a coin 4 times and you call a heads a 1 and a tails a 0, there are trend lines that are very negative, and there are trend lines that are very positive in a truly random event. And so I'm just providing feedback on that, the trend line, the way it's currently being reported. And I understand the attempt to put it in an efficient form when you're reporting out in those tables so that you can get all the strata. It would just be better to show us a picture of the 4 years with all of the strata as their own colored line. So we could really see, is there a trend here, or is there one wonky data point that, and then we can debate whether or not to ignore that data point. So, anyway, enough with stats.
For R2, if I remember right, was that right? All of them, okay.
It's just one where it's trying to explain why it's a problem rather than saying it's a problem, because I really do think it's a problem, and I'm not sure I even had a full handle on why it's a problem, but now I've got a much better feeling for why it's not the right way to evaluate.
Mark, did you have something? No. Okay. Okay, so 3.1, I think we're saying, or at least I said, and I think everyone else was nodding, that maybe we want to find some better indicators here, or different indicators. There are no good and bad indicators. Okay, should we keep moving to 3.2? So here I think that the indicators match the policy, is my view. And I looked at the questions too. And I don't have the concern that I articulated with 3.1. Chris and Leah, and then Mark.
And so this is the one that, I know we report discipline elsewhere, but this is the one that's such a natural fit for using discipline as an external validation of their self-report.
I just wanted to reiterate that I have an issue with socially appropriate in the policy statement.
Can you remind me what sorry, I'm, oh, you just don't like, okay.
Yeah, it feels uncomfortable to me too, and I can't quite put my finger on why.
Well, I think it's basically we want appropriate behaviors. Socially is redundant.
Socially will depend on your upbringing, your home status, your heritage, if you will, how the fact that you're not exhibiting any sign, you're all of a sudden not developing a facial tic or something because you're trying to control your emotions. What would be good to be quite frank, I mean, Northwest society, if you will, or social group compared to East Coast or Oklahoma or wherever, wow, totally different. And so when you get people moving into all parts of the world, you add an exponential, go up exponentially, I think.
I think the interest on that language was to try to recognize and accommodate the context for behavior, and so part of this is a little bit of, right, like, so, because we talk a lot about as behavior as a form of communication and understanding that in the cultural context of a student. So what I might define as socially appropriate is informed by my cultural context, and that may be different. And so it was trying to localize that with essentially what is the student, a little bit of that, not necessarily that I interpret. My interpretation of something that's socially appropriate is applied universally, but that doesn't come across. So we'll have to work that in such a way that that's clear.
I mean, that goes back to what Mike was saying earlier about citizenship even, that we were taught as a kid that you sat there, you listened, you absorbed, and that was it. And that was a good citizen of the classroom. Whereas in other parts of the country, I mean, I was taught to ask the question, why? Now, did the teachers appreciate it all the time? No. Did my grade point reflect it at times? Yes. But it often when you ask a question, you stimulate a better understanding of everyone. Now, that may not be socially appropriate in the Seattle area, but it might be in other parts of the country, other parts of the world. Again, are you questioning the authority, or are you just trying to get them to give you a better example?
Yeah, that was the intent, and so we'll work the language to make that both clear, because I'm hearing, definitely hear the board on that, and then also to recognize and ensure how do we locate kind of the agency in that. So
That it's only one sentence, but students are able to demonstrate the skills, and then you finally get to the meat of it, to manage one's emotions. To me, it's students constructively manage their emotions, thoughts, impulses, and stress. You're getting at what we're asking of them. They're constructively controlling their behaviors. That is actionable. And it doesn't involve any implicit judgment on what's socially appropriate. So it just bypass it. Anyway.
I want to return to Director Carlson raised the idea of whether student discipline data would be a helpful indicator here. And I know that I was just looking at it, it is something I think we do measure with OE10. I mean, I'm sure we do because it's part of the policy, is measuring discipline data. And I wonder so Matt, what is the thinking around discipline data and whether that is indicative of what we're trying to achieve here?
So I think there's a couple of things when we look at discipline data. We measure discipline data in OE10 to look at, the board has an interest in looking at is the application of exclusionary discipline, right? So that's an act, right? That an adult has determined that the behavior of a student is such that it prompts, the circumstances or something around that prompt the removal of the student from school. And the board, we monitor that in OE10 to look at, is that application reasonably applied consistently across the district, right? So that we don't have these disparities in the application. There's, when we've monitored discipline in R3, we've been looking exclusively at the exclusionary discipline. And we have, for the last 5 years or so, we're talking roughly about 1% of our students experience some act of exclusionary discipline. And some years it's been a little bit less than that. So that's problematic for a variety of reasons, because we can look at it and say, well, that disproportionately students with an IEP are they're more likely to receive exclusionary discipline. What we could look at essentially is how often or how frequently are students needing some sort of redirection around their behavior that might be more than what is prompted in kind of a typical classroom. So it's that redirection, and exclusionary discipline is almost like it's such an extreme sort of behavior.
Yeah.
Like there's a variety of things that almost go wrong, both with the student and then also sometimes with the adults. I've used stories where it's like an initial interaction with an adult escalated something with the student, and then they just kind of went into this where they weren't able to recover and had to kind of call it a day, right? So my hesitancy around using exclusionary discipline is that we're not really addressing 99% of our student population. But there are other ways we could look at discipline, where we're kind of thinking about office referrals or some sort of thing that is going to touch a broader population of this, and where we're going to run into troubles is right now we don't have a universal data system or practices around that I would feel comfortable bringing to the board and saying this actually accurately represents kind of that lower level behavior. I think as we're going our work in MTSS, we're going in that direction, but we're not there today. So I can think more about how would we reflect some found data against this, and there might be some measures that we have available. But that's my hesitancy with exclusionary data is it's almost so exceptional that I don't know that it really is going to, it's not going to speak to the who don't experience that, and yet they might experience, all of our students are experiencing, at various times, either they're successfully or they may have some challenges with this, so.
Okay, that's helpful.
And that's what I was thinking about, is I wasn't thinking exclusionary. I was making the assumption that kids getting sent to the principal's office was systematically recorded, and I'd forgotten that it isn't. But MTSS, I don't want to ask for something that increases the burden on the system.
Yeah, I think
but
it's
where
something,
there's data, let's leverage it.
Yeah, I'm gonna, something to put on for the future, potentially.
Well, I think in the MTSS, you've got the tool, or the essential, or the elementary tool, I should say, to be able to tell, using exclusionary data is like trying to figure out, okay, you've got a spark on the stove, versus the house is on fire. And so somewhere in between, there's a lot of steps you could take to mitigate the situation. And what you might mitigate at this end is a hell of a lot different than what you're going to have to mitigate at this end.
And that's, this might be an area where we also look at where, again, kind of systemically, maybe we're not able to, think about, we have some schools that have office discipline referral systems in place. And so, again, we could look at this potentially as sampling data, not in terms of, is this true for all 31,000 some students of us that we are charged with caring for, but could we look at a couple of different environments? Now, recognizing if they have those in place, they're also hopefully doing the environment, they're doing some things environmentally that are, we'd really like. And that's actually, in some sense, that's actually really good, because what they're trying to do is they're taking steps to try to mitigate the environmental factors that become problematic. So we could look at it and saying, at certain schools, what is their office discipline referral and how would we use that, knowing that we won't necessarily have that across the board for everyone, and that could be beneficial.
Could I ask a follow-up question to that? What I'm wondering about this one, we are hearing about challenges with students' behavior as they return, like having been at home. And so it's clearly an area we want to focus as a district as well. What I wonder about, though, is two things. One, I'm a student. I say, I manage my behaviors quite well, and then I throw a chair across the classroom. Or the other one is, like, I don't even get asked. Like, I don't respond to the survey because I'm in the office at the time, right? And so I don't have the data from that student who really would report. And so you mentioned earlier that there was also a staff survey, and I wonder if that, at least for a short period of time, would allow us to kind of match the two up. Staff are reporting that their students are escalating. Students are saying we're fine, or vice versa. And then that would allow us to triangulate a little bit more, because right now it does feel like it's a little bit of a broad measure that may not be as specific as we need, even though it's a board level monitoring.
Yeah, I think that'd be having a staff survey on those, and we can look at adding those for probably a number of areas as well.
To these 2 points, though, one, the staff survey, they'll tell the staff's perception of how those kids are managing their behavior, whereas the student may think, I've managed it very well. I haven't smacked somebody upside the head. I may have giggled, or I may have had a guffaw, but I'm not disrupting the class entirely. I'm not throwing a cherry bomb. I'm not whatever. The other thing, and it goes back to a point that I saw earlier, and it comes down to the spark versus the house on fire. Managing one's emotions, thoughts, impulses, so on, as opposed to in the indicator and targets of self-management, how to regulate. Now, to me, regulate and manage means you've adapted. Regulate, to me, is a far harsher way of looking at it, and you've tried to figure out how to fit that round peg into a square hole. And so I think, basically, if we're talking managing, we're talking managing. And how you may manage your emotions, and I may manage my emotions to come to the same conclusion or to the same action are totally different ways. Now, is it regulating it by what the teacher said, how you should regulate it? Maybe, maybe not. So I'd be careful how we talk about regulating behaviors, because that's almost pejorative in my mind.
And that term is not used with the students, and so I'll just make a change in it, because it's not, I think Panorama at one point uses that term, but it's not a term that they use, that the students would see, nor on any of their survey items.
Well, I understand that. I'm just saying that as we think about it too, as we're trying to implement it, and we talk about regulating their emotions, thoughts, and behaviors, again, your method, whether it's taking a deep breath and sighing, or just closing your eyes and counting to 10, whatever it is, you're managing it. Are you regulating it? Regulating might even say ignore it. and then blow up later. So, you see where I'm going?
Anything else? Oh, sorry, Leah, you're,
I had two quick things. The first was I'd really hesitate to bring disciplinary data into this, mainly because, one, you're making an assumption that some instance of disciplinary action is a reflection of overall progress in something much bigger, like social emotional regulation, management, and growth, whereas they could have just had a bad day, a bad hour. And you also have that other caveat of you can't use that data on discipline until you are confident that there isn't any biases or any issues with your discipline methodology and how it is disseminated, and if it is fairly, within the system. And I think until you can say that confidently, you shouldn't use that data to represent the results of any other component of a student's development. Just my opinion. And then, I forgot what my other one is. What were you saying, Mike? It was in response to yours. Oh, yes. Okay, thank you. I was thinking that rather than a teacher reporting on the classroom environment, it might be more interesting to ask the students about their classroom environment. Because if they're saying that they perceive their own behavior as fine, but then their joint classroom environment is poorly managed or a mess or chaotic, then I feel like that almost is a more accurate interpretation because it's the same person giving you that perspective versus an adult who might see things completely differently. But again, I don't know how you would get the data.
Yeah, and maybe things that we think long-term too about, like how do we look at some of the, like, again, kind of the opportunity to look at survey questions we might ask an OE10, or this potentially of how we might, kind of essentially do a dipstick, going in and being able to take, whether we physically going in or taking some case studies and looking at, digging into maybe a specific school data and saying, all right, let's understand students self-report, their perception of the classroom environment, their perception of their self-regulate, their own skills, teachers' perception, and are there conclusions that we can draw from that. And then, of course, we'll have to also be thinking about, the extent to where the kind of like what at the board level, what are we trying to get out of it at this level to drive certain decisions. And then also, one of the things I do like about where having an alignment with SEL and using these tools is that it actually is coming out of a programmatic approach where schools were looking at this. And so what we're doing is helping giving them a framework for now looking at your data and asking these questions really within the concepts of an MTSS framework, which is ultimately looking at first and saying, at a tier 1 level, what's the environment and what's the environment that we're creating, the opportunities for the students to respond for then as we interpret the student data. At a systemic level, kind of this level gets a little bit more challenging because it requires an intimate knowledge of almost every student environment, right, of which there are thousands. But that could be a way that we could kind of get at that, is to do a deep dive in just a couple of areas to try to pull that out almost as more of case studies. And we'll keep thinking on it because this opens up new opportunities for us.
Well, as you also assimilate the special needs students into the typical student classroom, not just the abilities, but the methodology in which they may regulate or manage their emotions can be night and day. hark back to one young man that was in a classroom with my son. And when he started feeling anxious, he had to get up physically, walk around the room, then sit down, and he was cool. Everything was fine. But if you'd been in a classroom that I'd been raised in, where you didn't get up unless you were given permission to, that was reason for it to be sent to the principal's office. So it's, I think it comes down to, if you're going to go from perception data, like a teacher's perception of it, then that teacher has to understand that individual student. And it's not going to, it's going to differ from student to student. So, again, it's the, yeah, it comes down to the person, and it comes down to how they were raised. I mean, again, I was taught to question people, and I know that drove some teachers crazy.
So, Leah, I take your point about discipline, but so I sat back and what am I looking for there? And the answer is that when you talk about self-reported survey data, if you asked me how many constituents have I pissed off in the last week, I'm pretty sure an external point of view would be a much more accurate representation than me self-reporting on that number.
You want the
And so
number
I'm just
off your
looking for
page.
something external to self-report from some of us just really aren't that self-aware. And that's the whole thing. They've been trying to teach me that for my entire life. But not to put too fine a point on it, those of us who are at or on the spectrum for autism don't notice when we stepped on people's toes. So asking us to report on our behavior is very difficult. And so that's something that I don't want. I'm looking for the external validation of some other yardstick than just what I think I've done. And it's not because it's the right thing. It's not that I believe there's a truth. I'm just looking for something that's external that can cross-validate that if we've got a trend, we're seeing it in both instruments.
But that comes back to what I was saying before about really the valuable data is in the individual student's improvement year over year. Because we're not saying that student A and student B, they're at X percentage and Y percentage, and therefore this student is better or worse. What we want to know is that both A and B every year are improving, right? And that's the ultimate goal. It's not just a letter grade of an A, B, C. It's about that trend, and it's about that improvement over time.
And exactly, that it's about trends, but it's about believing that the trend means something. And to me, that the measurement error is an issue, particularly when it gets around questions of what are you doing in your life skills. I mean, honestly, just considering my group of cousins, the ones who think they're doing the best by the time that they got to the end of high school might not have actually been the ones with the greatest life skills going out there. Confidence is a different thing than competence.
Which
So,
is why
but anyway,
we also need more data than just the Panorama survey.
right, and so that's what I'm really
And
getting at.
actually, I think what the challenge that, I'm actually going to go back to, I think the lead, right, is that starting with self-perception data is important, right? It allows us to have our students tell us about their experience. We're working in service for our students, so their voice represented, and there's ways in which we can do some work unpacking that. But I completely agree that the big challenge for us will be to say, how do we validate through some form of kind of observational data, right? Like there's some empirical, I think there's an interest in having some sort of empirical data that allows us to say, our students are saying this about themselves, but is that actually, is that really happening? Adding some staff perception data can help. And, and yet we also know, right, like we are all the same ways we might, the caveat that we put with student self-perception, we can also place that we are all, we are all blind to our own, we all have our own blind spots as well. That would be where I think there's needs to also be some really intentional work And that's where I'd want to engage with some partners. You know, again, I think my first call would probably be to the University of Washington Smart Center, because they've been working with us over the past few years around a lot of the programming side of this. Because looking at discipline data, it's like, well, maybe there's a way that we can do that that's meaningful, but it's also got so many pitfalls and for each of these. And it's, again, we're trying to avoid measuring something in a way that either we just dismiss it because we know it has no value, in which case then we're not able to use that to drive meaningful change. And Mike talked about is like the importance of if we're measuring things that are really actionable, then we can tie it back and say, if we're not seeing the results that we want here, what can we do differently, right? And so that has a lot of power. And this is still kind of an emerging area in the it's like, and we can, even where we talk about grades or other things, there's still lots of debate around how do you accurately measure kind of student academic growth and do so appropriately. So, so I recognize, I think that's a big, that's a huge interest and a need, and would also think that part of that's also going to be part of our journey in saying, as we get clarity around what we want, then we can also then really work to say, okay, what is the best way we go do this? And it may look differently than how we monitor other, some of our other policies too. That's a long way of saying, I don't know. But I agree that I think it's really incredibly important.
Well, and I also think that this is where it'll be really interesting to find out what other people are doing to try to measure this, because, I would imagine that there is probably some other weird correlation that we're not thinking of, like maybe instances of bullying decrease at a school when SEL numbers are reported higher, or maybe there's some other concrete measure, like less vandalism in your classroom when overall your students are reporting, higher social emotional assessment levels or whatever, like I imagine over time there might be some more concrete numbers that we can also put into this. I just don't know what they are.
What we've looked at really are the how and the what, and that's what is so easy to measure, really. How are they acting? What are they doing? And in order to change a behavior, you have to understand why they're doing it. And so that comes to a different level of analysis in my mind, because if you tell me that I'm doing X and I should be doing Y, you just tell me, okay, what I should be doing. You haven't told me why I should do it, and you haven't told me, and I haven't told you why I was doing the original. The student sitting next to me who's tapping his or her foot may be doing that so he or she can concentrate, because that way that person has figured out a way to regulate their anxiety. But me sitting next to that person, that foot's driving me freaking crazy. And so I think that we need to make sure that as we look at these issues, and whether it leads to trying to change the behavior, trying to monitor the behavior, or trying to explain to the student why that behavior is not acceptable behavior, you have to go into the whys on both sides. Because if you tell me why I should be doing something, I could say, oh, okay, I can see that, as opposed to just telling me, do that.
I agree. Broadly speaking, at the level I'm trying to look at this, any one kid is rounding error on the system. And so I'm hoping that we don't have to get every kid perfect, and that we are really looking at, across 30,000 kids, are we having better or worse performance on the metric we've chosen to measure? In the current frame, this is a complete overhaul, and in so doing, we have to start somewhere, and rather than starting there perfectly, it's a question to me of, are we starting well enough? Most of these proposed R3 measures I'm comfortable with. I share the concerns that Mike and Eric have expressed with the first one, that, asking kids about self-regulation or attitude, mindset. Yeah, mindset causes me as much anxiety as I'm sure some of you have read the book Quiet, about the advantages that the system gives to those of us who are extroverts. and how introverts are valuable too, and turning them into extroverts does not make them happy or more productive. So anyway, I'm actually supportive of using Panorama to try and structure this as a first pass. I do not by any stretch of the imagination consider this the last pass. And when I'm suggesting cross-validation, I'm actually getting one out over my skis. I mean, this is something where we got to put something together before we even try to validate it. So, but I appreciate your efforts.
Okay, so we've gotten through 3.2. We have about 8 minutes. A few options. I don't know how many more comments people have on the remaining indicators specifically. So we could, if it's not much, we could get through those. Or we could push this into another meeting too. So I'm fine with either. I just don't know how much more discussion there's. I have some more. So not a lot more, but just a couple of comments on a couple indicators. Dr. Holman.
I think what's beneficial for the discussion around each indicator, it also rounds out the policy discussion.
Yeah.
And so I think for each of the first two, we've identified part of the policy language that may need, adjustments as well as we've talked through the indicators and the data. And so I would propose not trying to do this in 8 minutes because it's too important. And so, probably not the March 28th meeting, because I think we will, but I think the following study session, I think we use that for R3 if we need more OE14 time. We just continue to do this work to get it done correctly. That would be my proposal.
Would it be beneficial if we provide written comments, at least for these things, as sort of a precursor?
Probably. I think I think the conversation is really valuable too.
Agreed.
Me
I'm just
hearing
thinking
it
to
and
move it a little quicker.
Yeah, no, I understand. Yes, you can do that.
My only
Thanks.
question is when is the spring survey? Where you have to decide which questions to ask.
So we've already decided which questions are going to be asked
so
for
there's
this
no
spring,
change.
so we can't modify that.
Okay. So it doesn't matter.
Okay. So this would be, I think the idea is we'd bring this back at the April 18 study session and continue the discussion then.
Maybe we should ask board members those same questions so we can figure out what our behaviors are.
Yeah, right. Okay. So I think this is probably as good of a spot as any then to stop for the day. The item we didn't get to was a profile of the graduate. There's materials on board docs for that, and I think, John, what was your thinking for there?
Why don't I do this? Why don't I package it as a board brief? It really is informational. It's a shift in using the state's language information, given the process that they used, to identify really the outcomes that we're, looking for in a graduate.
Yeah.
We used to have the student profile. That really has been, if you will, sunsetted for a few different reasons. Some of the language was outdated, some of the information was outdated. Much aligned with, some of it aligned with our former R3 efforts. And the new state profile of a graduate does probably a better job of succinctly describing what ours described in a very thorough way. And so I'll package it in a board brief. If we need to bring it back to a study session, we can. But really what we want to start doing is embedding the language of the profile of a graduate into our monitoring to the greatest degree possible. You heard Dr. Rose in her social studies adoption presentation the other night reference that they used it as part of their work on the adoption. So it's starting to be used within the district, and we'll start using it in monitoring as well. How? I don't know exactly today, but it's a good profile. They did a nice job.
So with that, has that been brought out to the larger community in sort of a very straightforward, communicated fashion?
It is not, no.
So I would think that needs to be a piece of what the plan is going forward.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, and then, okay, perfect. So then we will recess now, and the meeting will begin again tomorrow at 8 a.m. Same place. Okay, I think that's all we need. We'll be in recess till tomorrow at 8 a.m.